my life flash before my eyes, but at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. A gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny Los Angeles, California.
Family in the year 1983. Multiple
We're live and
witnesses
alive.
saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. We are live. We are alive. And we're going to be having a great one regardless. Oh my God, this is so freaking annoying. Okay, there it is. All right. We're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, September 4th, 2025. It's 80 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, and I have a lot to tell you. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do for all the parasocialists out there. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, not much has taken place with the exception of Expedition 33. Expedition 33 is basically taking over most of my life at this point when I'm not live. I'm playing Expedition 33. And you know what I'm doing on Expedition 33? I beat the Paintress. That's what I'm doing. I'm beating the Paintress's ass. And finally, a lot of the tale has unwinded. Okay? I know Silk Song is one of those games that has like an incredible, passionate fan base. So I suspect everyone is going to be unfucking bearable today. Unfucking bearable. Like I assume that there is going to be a million people that just make it seem as though like I've ever played platformers, let alone played a platformer on this broadcast. Like off the broadcast, on the broadcast, like it's just going to be really fucking annoying. I know already. No, I'm not playing Silk Song. I'm not going to play Silk Song. I'm never going to play Silk Song, okay? I played a little bit of Hollow Knight. It was too hard. It's just not for me, okay? It might be for you. You might enjoy it. I'm not going to do that. In any case, folks, that's probably not going to stop you from demanding it regardless, okay? But yeah, as far as personal news goes, like I was saying, Expedition 33, I'm in Act 3 now. I finally figured out all of the secrets of the of the game, everything that was so confusing is a little bit less confusing now. And there's an explanation for basically every single thing that you have questions for in the game. And I'm not going to obviously leak anything for people who haven't played it yet, but it's amazing. It's a great game. It's very sad. It's a very sad game. Shouts out to the French. Don't know why they made such a sad game. Don't know what's wrong with them. Just in general, shouts out to French people. Don't know what's up with them. Don't fully comprehend what's going on in the mind of a Frenchman at any given moment. But let me tell you, this game is very French for many reasons, except not for the reason that you would think. There is no weird age gap relationships, okay? And it's like kind of shocking and kind of cool. You would expect it to have like a very weird age gap relationship with a minor. There is none, which I really appreciated. Okay, so shouts out to the French once again. I see what they're doing. I see what they're doing. They're trying to show the world that they're different now. They changed. Okay? Mael is 16. Lest you forget, it's still French in that way. No, that's why I mean, like, there's nothing weird with Mael. Nothing weird going on with Mael at all. So that's why I'm saying, like there are two romanceable characters, and both of the romanceable characters are of age. Speaking of France, I will be in France next month. That's true. Their music is awesome too. I think the Frenchness and the Japanness cancel each other. That's crazy. Those are two very powerful forces when it comes to inappropriate relations with minors. So maybe I guess it like canceled it out, the energy. But yeah, folks. Bro doesn't know about Mael. No, nothing weird happens to her is what I'm saying. Speed might meet with Zoran. That's amazing. I love that. All right. Where was I? So, personal news wise, played some ball this morning and I got destroyed. I'll be honest. I got destroyed over and over again. I mean, I won some of the games, but it's like I played against this dude who I think played pro. Well, not I think. I know he played pro. He was like, I forget where he played. I think he played pro in Europe. He's like 6'9", and I honestly was like kind of cooking him a little bit. I thought he was going to be much better. Like I thought it was going to be like impossible for me to like even guard him and stuff. I actually did a pretty good job, but we still lost at the end. Having said that, however, you know, I played well, so I'm not too upset, even though sometimes I feel like if it's a beatable game and you lose it, especially against a better opponent, that hurts even harder, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. I don't know. Does it make sense? My hair is so crazy today. He was taking it easy on you? No, he wasn't taking it easy. He was trying to win. Are you the oldest on the court? No, I don't think so. Some of the people are much younger and some of the people are like around the same age. You never know. Bro, your hair is good. Now it's a mess. I don't think so. I think it's better this way. I like your shit, big bro. Thanks. But I am incredibly tired. Which is crazy because I mean it's like 2 hours. I played for 2 hours. I played ball for 2 hours after doing leg day yesterday. So my legs and my lower body and my ass and my lower back is just all destroyed.
This is a fan.
Is all destroyed. Okay, no more fan cams. Come on now. Eric Adams just asked to meet Speed. That's the least surprising turn of events I've ever heard. What the hell is going on? Eric Adams trying to meet Speed. Zoran's trying to meet Speed. Anyway, all right, let's keep going. So, you're getting older. It's okay. It's not okay.
TikTok with what? It's too much work, I feel like. We're out here on the pitch today on this wonderful day in Detroit, Michigan for the Detroit Football Club.
I want to see the field.
Who are they playing against? Like the San Diego Chargers or some shit?
That's American football team.
Every goal scored, that amount of money goes to the Ruth Ellis Center, which she says like homes like kids that come out to their parents and get kicked out. So every month, now like the total is up to over like 400,000 we've given to them, and
Wow.
that initiative has become nationwide.
train!
Yeah.
No way.
We're
We're gonna get another beer. We're gonna be back.
Oh, you're who we're looking for. We're gonna
That's
get 2 more
good. We were
beers.
about to get more beers.
Yeah.
More beers? You want shots? You want?
Oh wow.
You got shots?
It's a Detroit shot.
What does that mean? You just made that up.
We pour 2 ounces here.
Oh, that's sweet. Oh my god, that guy's last name is literally Buckmaster. Are they saying what the helly?
Please stop gatekeeping the jersey. Where did you get it? I mean, I think context cues, like you can figure out where I got the jersey. I mean, this entire video is about where I got the jersey from. Detroit City Football Club. They gave it to me.
What are they
Did they
saying?
get rowdy?
They'll learn one of the days.
What are they saying?
We were trying to figure that out. Fuck something.
Oh, I thought they were saying what the helly. That's crazy. I'm jealous.
Chad, did you see that? He just kicked the ball straight to that guy's face. Did I catch that on camera? I think I might have missed it by like a millisecond.
That's crazy. That was.
Shut up.
I'm just letting you know. That's what happened.
You also don't need to lean into the camera. You're wearing a mic.
I know. I was excited to tell you. I was leaning into you. I've been all around the world. I've been to events. I've been to events in Australia, actually, even like Palestine events in Australia. And in my experience, I feel like solidarity is the closest I've ever felt to an expression of love.
Kind of aura farming right now. I hate to admit that. But
As a viewer, I wish you would bring an economist who would crunch some numbers and show real quantitative data on how Trump is ruining the economy for USA and other countries and ruining everyone's lives. Please bring a guest who does math. No, that's boring. I'm not going to do that. But thanks for the suggestion. And yeah, we'll be watching the South Park epi later. Where was I? Oh yeah, Luca absolutely saying fuck Israel. Luca with a long bomb on Israel. Look at this.
Doncic, got it by Tome Gannett. Another step back. He's hit 3. Now make it.
It's so funny because his step back is like not even really stepping back. Like, look. Like, where is the step back technically? He just like his step back is just that he like moved his knee up. And I like barely. That's barely a step back. But it's awesome. It works.
Another step back. He's hit 3. Now make it for Troikas.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy. I mean, speaking of Luka being crazy, that's a step back, you hating motherfucker. No, I mean, look, how could I hate him? How could I hate Luka after he destroyed Israel? Okay. But also, how could I hate Luka when Alperen Şengün for the Turkish team destroyed Luka yesterday? Okay. That was big man on big man. That was an Ottoman son coming after one of his devshirme, coming after one of his janissaries. Okay. An Ottoman son came in and said, no, it's my court now. Okay. Oh no, it wasn't Luka. Sorry, it was Jokic. This is Luka. I'm mixing up I'm being Balkan racist. Sorry. Alperen Şengün played against the Joker yesterday. This is Luka. He played against Jokic. Şengün is a center, you twat. Okay, what do you mean? What are you talking about? It's all the same to me. They're all Ottoman. They're all Ottoman. They're all Ottoman. Why is Israel in Eurobasket? Israel isn't in Europe. Why are they also in Eurovision? Because they get whatever they want. Okay, they get to do whatever they want. Bro, why does Israel get to shoot at boats off the coast of Malta? Like, how about starting there? Why does Israel get to do a genocide with Western weapons and then get to like dominate? Why does Israel get to do a genocide with Western weapons while simultaneously dominating Western politics and ensuring that naysayers against Israel get penalized? Yeah, that's it. Don't worry, we're shooting bows too, and Rubio's defending it. I know. It's great. It's great that every country is Israel. Every country's got, its own version of Israel now. Every country loves doing Israel shit. America's always been doing Israel shit, to be fair, though. Also, I just want to point out, look at how skinny this goat is, okay? Look at how in shape he is. Oh my God, the Lake Show this year. Oh my Lord. Look at that. Skinny mini. I can't even see him from the side. I just want to say he's slim, okay? He is so slim. He is now my thinspiration. That's all I'm saying. That was my goat. You bitches took him from us. First of all, Los Angeles didn't take him. Your team management sold him. They sent his ass, okay? They shipped his ass. It was one of the biggest flops of all. Do you think the Lakers will also be investigated because of the Luka trade after the Kawhi stuff? I mean, that was... I don't even understand what happened there still to this day. So I don't think that was like a fake backroom deal or something. I mean, that's like, yeah, investigate Miriam Adelson if you want to understand what happened there. Just in general, investigate Miriam Adelson. But this is also like, this also has to hit like, hit as though, he's every bucket against the state of Israel is almost like a bucket against Miriam Adelson. You know, every bomb that he drops on Israel is a bomb against the lady that shipped his ass to Los Angeles after he built a life in the Mavs, right? So it's got to be personal for him in some ways. He's getting his cherry picking too. That's my goat. Luka's country is the only EU member publicly accusing Israel of genocide in Gaza. The Luka trade is for real. What radicalized Dallas normies for Palestinian liberation after they dug into Miriam Adelson. I was shamelessly using that as an opportunity for radicalization. I kept telling people like, hey, if you guys really hate what Miriam Adelson, the new owner, did, think about all the other stuff that she's done beforehand for this other foreign country that we seemingly keep giving weapons and money to. You see Turkey beat Serbia? I did. That's what I was talking about earlier with the Joker. Dude, Alperen Şengün is so sick. So sick. Every bomb he drops on Israel is one against Miriam Adelson as well. That's what I'm saying. Luka is destroying Israel. Get those terrorists, Luka. That's our Laker. He's doing it for the whole world. Şengün sucks from a Serbian Warriors fan. Okay, dude. Are you happy Enes Kanter doesn't rep Turkey in the NBA anymore? He can't because he is like technically considered a terrorist. And under normal circumstances, I would say that like the Turkish government is like very heavy-handed with who they decide is a terrorist. Some of my friends have been declared terrorists by the Turkish government. I myself am not exactly comfortable going back to the country for things that are written about. But with Enes Kanter, he is one of the unique instances where like the Turkish government is not wrong for considering to be like an enemy of the state. And that is because he quite literally has not only worked with the CIA pretty openly, as a matter of fact, but he is like directly in the Gulen cult. Like he was a Gulenist cult guy. So, you know. In the newest 2K, you end up playing against Turkey in the Euro Championship for my career. My BB, please check out DNW podcast fundraiser live stream for Palestine. I mean, shouts out to the Do Not Worry podcast. Guess they're doing a fundraiser. Hell yeah. That's awesome. 2K scam win. I don't really play any 2K. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. LeBron James has arrived in Shanghai. Wait, LeBron James was at the GOAT parade in China? No shot. No shot, dude. Oh my God. My goats. My worlds are colliding. That's amazing. That is, oh my God. 2 goats. Xi Jinping and LeBron James just hanging out, dude. Just hanging out, being super chill. Oh, amazing. Lamau Zedong. Doors open. Mao Zedong. I don't know if it's in your playlist, but you should check out the interview Majority Report and Emma did regarding the flotilla. Probably not. But we'll see. Okay. What else? What else do I have to say for personal news? Nothing else. I mean, I played ball. That's it. That's all I got. We got some news to cover. Let's do it. Let's blast off. Do we have a blast off meme? When are you gonna show up on Mafiaton 3? That's not happening. I don't think anytime soon. Anyway, please don't put different thumbnails for the same video on YouTube. It's confusing. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Anyway, we got RFK Jr. Senate hearing drama. Barry Weiss gets 200 M's for to make CBS more pro-Israel. Would you interview Claudia Scheinbaum? Yes, I would love to. I would love to. That would be amazing. When you said you were bringing on Miguel yesterday, so we're probably not going to have Miguel on today because his schedule and mine are conflicting, unfortunately, because I have the Fear M podcast later today, and he's only available at the same time that I would normally shoot the podcast. So we are going to set it up for a later date. So it's not going to be today, but shouts out to Miguel. Common scheduling L. Did you see this cosplay in China the other day in memory of Shinzo? I did see that. Yeah. Okay. RFK Jr. Senate hearing drama. Barry Weiss gets $200 million to make Hind Rajab movie gets standing ovation. I think we should ban the mention of Silk Song for sure, because I know I'm gonna get annoyed. I'm already annoyed. There's like still people posting Silk Song when in the chat. I'm just not gonna play that game, and it is. I just know that it's senior reporter at CNN getting cooked in the replies. Yeah, I saw this, but he got a whole 9 likes on Twitter, man. He really popped off with this one. Edward Isaac Dover, if you guys remember, big time anti-Bernie guy. Another guy who's like failing upwards. Okay, RFK Jr. Senate hearing drama. Barry Weiss gets $200 million, makes CBS more pro-Israel. Hind Rajab movie gets standing ovation. Harvard L. Or not Harvard W. Harvard gets W against Trump. Lawsuit and more. Gaming later. South Park later. Get in now. He'll be heading over to CBS with Barry Weiss next week, probably. I mean, I saw like other journalists pay attention to this stuff too, and they see it. Like I've literally had journalists reach out and be like, "What the fuck is this? Like, why are people constantly doing this shit?" Right? And do we have a blast off meme, by the way? Okay, sure. I'll use the Kaya barrel. We're getting so much mileage out of this Cracker Barrel shit. It's crazy. Okay. Please have a social anarchist like Anarchy YouTube on the stream. Stop giving me suggestions on who I should have on the stream. Okay, don't do it. I don't want to hear it. I'm sorry. Okay. Been here for like 6 months, still don't know what a blast off meme is. It's this. It's just like something I put under the tweet where I say on Twitter that I am live and I'm alive and I welcome the Twitter audience to join the broadcast. It's basically a way to get people. It's basically a way to get people to. On every platform, when I go live, I spam every single platform that I'm on to let the people know that I'm live and I'm alive, even though I do it every single day at the same time. And yet, people still sometimes go, "Oh my God, I didn't know you were live right now." But usually after I spam Twitter, once I spam Twitter, I move on to, once I spam Twitter, I move on to the news. Look. Israel Hayom wrote about it too. The Hasbara operations are out of control. It's so funny. ADL like post this, and then every single like pro-Israel newspaper and like including Israeli newspapers will immediately fucking write about this shit. And it's so no motion. It's so no motion, but it's also, yeah, we'll start off with this. So obviously we covered this yesterday. Jewish Insider wrote an article. Where they got the notes from the ADL, and it's yet another, like, it's the same exact like reheated bullshit that they do always. Like, remember with like Ilhan Omar, yesterday we covered like Ilhan Omar's statements about Israel that Trump back in the day used to say was like deeply anti-Semitic or whatever. And that's where that famous Trump bit comes from, where he says like, "May Allah awaken the people." So it's always the same shit. Okay. It's always the same shit. You just like add a million different things that are like completely clipped out of context to try to like present this person in the most negative way possible. And it's funny because like it doesn't work, and it's worked less and less as Israel's cruelty has become more obvious, right? And Edward Isaac Dover is one of these like reporters that was always like an anti-Bernie, anti-left reporter. He has done a lot of like anti-Bernie articles in like 2016 and stuff like that. So what's interesting about it is twofold. Number one, these guys think that the New Yorker Festival is like the peak of legitimacy, when in fact, like going on, I don't know, the Andrew Schultz podcast or going on Theo Vaughn probably does infinitely more for the average person, like for the average content creator, in terms of like reaching a broader audience in a positive way than going on a million of these like type of festivals. But for these guys, they think this is like the incredibly important, like the incredibly important New Yorker Magazine festival. Now, of course, it's more beneficial for the New Yorker that I attend this than vice versa. And I'm doing it with Sagar, for the record. He's going to be like hosting it with me, I guess, or he's going to be hosting it alongside myself. And and they're obviously like selling tickets for it. I'm going to be doing it. But I think it's funny that like these guys think this is a major blow. Like do you think the festival will disinvite you, or does this have no motion? I think it has no motion. It only has as much motion as like the New Yorker would give it, right? Like me covering this stuff probably gives it more legitimacy than anything else. I still do it though, because I think it's good to show how stupid it is, right? It's good to show how stupid it is. It's good to show how coordinated it is. And I guess perhaps more significantly, it's good to show that like this is how out of touch the average like senior reporter at CNN is. Like this guy's supposed to be tapped in, right? This guy's supposed to be at least somewhat knowledgeable about like the political influencer side of things, right? And it's so obvious that he is just like horny for deplatforming. He's horny to disparage. This is his way of just like, you know, attacking someone who is anti-Israel without directly saying like, I want to defend Israel, right? But what's really funny about it is like, even if this were to succeed, like they don't understand that like if the New Yorker magazine was like, yeah, this is really fucked up, sorry, we shouldn't have had this guy on, and then they back down, like that's newsworthy in and of itself. I'm sure that'll like move around a little bit, like that'll get like some coverage and people will like celebrate it or whatever. They'll feel like they got a scalp, but it's utterly devoid of any sincere emotion, if that makes any sense, right? Like what I mean by this is it's like mainstream media no longer has that grip over the average person. They still obviously have a lot of influence over like, you know, marketing managers and executives and people that read newspapers in general, like the New Yorker, the New York Times. Like they definitely have influence over like some very powerful people. But having said that, as far as like the broad subsects of American society, they got nothing. Like this is not like me saying yes to the New Yorker Magazine Festival is better for the New Yorker Magazine than me saying yes to the New Yorker Magazine Festival and then them turning around and saying, oh, you can't do this anymore. We got to pull you out. Do you see what I mean? Like it just doesn't, it's not, I'm doing this, and I like to call it a terrorism insurance for sure. But like, I'm doing this as a good thing for the New Yorker Festival, the New Yorker Magazine. Like I'm not, like they're selling tickets to my fans. You see what I mean? Like I'm giving up my time to do this. Me not attending this is not going to like destroy my life. But having said that, it is funny that these guys think like this is the most esteemed thing that this person has been invited to. Me, this esteemed, legitimizing force of the New Yorker Magazine Festival. How dare they invite such a dangerous anti-Israel guy? And they don't understand, like the people that write these sorts of articles don't understand that like this is not going to change. This is not going to change anything. The cat's out of the fucking bag. Toothpaste out of the tube. It's over. Like you can try to actively deplatform every single person you possibly can that has the understandable position that they are anti-Israel, that Israel's doing a genocide, because it's the truth, Even if you try to deplatform as many people as possible, like that's still not going to change people's opinion. If anything, that actually causes more resentment against Israel. Nobody buys this shit. So I don't know why they still try it. Anyway. What is this? Hello, Mr. Piker. Some people believe there could be only one male feminist because some men sexually weaponize feminism. Unfortunately, hope you dismantle any and all personal credit, usability of personal political charity works. True to the word charity, then I can see you can truly be judged by what none you gain, not by what you could gain. Hope this helps, Mr. Piker. I have no idea what the fuck you're trying to say. Are you trying to say that dudes do feminism for pussy? Because as I've made very clear, like, I don't think I need to be a fake feminist to get laid, okay? I don't even understand what you were trying to say, but if you're trying to say, like, oh, people are being fake male feminists, like, it's not 2016 anymore. I don't think anybody fucking does shit. I mean, I'm sure there's some people that do it, but saying that about someone like myself is so funny. All right. Like, there are instances where, like, my collaborations are unironically giving me a platform, but this is not one of them, is my point. It's making the rounds on YouTube right now. What is? Performative male final boss, Mr. Piker, stupid sexy Hasan. I see. This is what I don't understand. Am I a performative male feminist or am I a misogynist? Because like half of the people say I'm a misogynist, and then the other half are now saying I'm a performative male feminist. Very strange meta. It's the same with like people that say some people online are like Hasan is a Zionist. He's a liberal Zionist. He wants to prop up Israel. And then most of the internet is like Hasan is a terrorist who wants to dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece, and he should be jailed. So I don't really understand. You know, I'm a bit of both. I'm all of it, depending on who's angry at me. You know, I'm everything. These motherfuckers can't make up their minds on me, and they just decide whatever floats people's boats. It's because they don't have anything real to say about you that's negative. Let them chirp. Fuck them. Yeah. I don't think you're a misogynist. I just think you're not well read enough on feminist theory. Sure. Fair. Performative male feminists are misogynistic, bro? No. I'm saying that like, but the people that say you're a performative male feminist are not actually saying, they're not actually launching that kind of attack from the perspective of like true feminism. They're saying, oh, you're fake. You're fake. The people that oftentimes say that are, it's in the same vein as like someone being like, oh, you're a fake socialist because you're rich. And it's like the guy who's saying that is not a socialist at all. They're just, you know, this is not good for your cause, says the guy who is not for your cause. It's just that. So from their perspective, they don't give a shit about it anyway. Yes, I understand that performative feminism is misogynistic. Yes. Anyway. So, but the point is, I'm not very performative when it comes to feminism because I just believe the things that I believe. And people, that really frustrates a lot of people who are better read than I am in terms of feminist literature, for example, feminist theory, for example. They get real mad and they say stuff like, Hasan, you come across as misogynistic from time to time. And for me, it's like, it feels like I would be more performative if I were to tailor my framework in a way that suits the appetite and interests of people who are more well-read than me on this issue. This is just who I am, you know? In any case, yeah, we did it. We talked about this article again. Shouts out to the New Yorker Festival. I'll be there on the 26th of October on Sunday. And I am going to be live and alive. The new political arena. We're going to be having a conversation with Andrew Morantz, who wrote the article. If you guys remember, he was the one who wrote the New Yorker magazine article on me, like the super in-depth one. And yeah, so very stoked on that. All right. There's a lot of stuff happening this upcoming month. There's a lot of stuff happening this upcoming month, and the upcoming, like, fall is crazy. Fall is going to be crazy, crazy. Have you seen the pro-Palestine protesters derailing professional cycling race in Spain due to an Israel-sponsored team? Protesters caused the stage of the race to not finish or have a podium ceremony. I mean, don't get a fucking Israel sponsorship, I think, you know? But yeah, I did find this very funny. Headed to New Yorker Festival. It doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. Is such a funny fucking take. These guys keep posterizing this take. It's like, yes, dude. Whether rapes happen on October 7th or not does not change the reality of genocide. Like, you cannot genocide an entire population by being like, well, you know, there was rapes that took place on October 7th. Okay, like, what are we fucking talking about? Are you openly saying you're pro-genocide? That is just such an insane position, you know? And it's so straight. We should not focus on a 9-like tweet. Hey, chatter, this person is the senior reporter at CNN, okay? This is not just like some random dickhead. I know from your perspective he's a random dickhead. He is literally an active, I mean, his entire role in mainstream media has always been to attack the left flank on liberal outlets. Like, that's what he has done. Edward Isaac Dover, that's all he's done. This is what he's done forever. And so it's just interesting to see because, like, obviously I have friends that work at CNN. I have I have many producers that I know at CNN that are fans of mine as well. But then there's also like guys like this who just despise me. Yeah, he is the Mr. Anti-Bernie hit piece writer. But yeah, this is just slander. He specifically denounced any sexual violence being committed. He was saying that even if Hamas committed crimes on October 7th, it wouldn't make the apartheid legitimate. They don't justify genocide. How are you dumb enough to continue to use the same talking point? Rape doesn't justify genocide of starving 1 million children. I mean... Bro's a reporter at CNN, can't even be bothered to do critical thinking. We're cooked. But it's funny because, like, I think it was like one of the HasanAbi heads that quote retweeted this with a video of me talking to Donnie and said, "Why don't you just go have an actual human conversation with your coworker instead of tweeting slop?" I was a naysayer early. When I saw the Aiden Ross collab, I thought this doesn't have motion.
So this is Trump with Aiden Ross.
When Trump went on Aiden Ross's stream, I was like, it was awkward. It was weird. But then I saw Trump on Theo Vaughn, and he started talking about cocaine, and I was like, uh-oh, this humanizes him.
Cocaine is stronger. Up.
Yeah. Cocaine.
So you're way up with cocaine more than anything else you can think of.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Harris did consider going on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
But she didn't.
So that was a mistake as well, I think, because Joe Rogan can't deliver adversarial interviews if his life depended on it. I was a naysayer early. By the way, what you described as rape fantasies was non-October 7. I watched the clip, and it was about the Stop Anti-Semitism Twitter account lying and saying the daughter of the Irish Prime Minister was raped on October 7. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there has been so many crazy moments, and because there's like an unlimited faucet of crazy moments, people just like kind of forget. It's just an endless sequence of mania coming from the pro-Israel groups over and over again. It's a relentless faucet. Relentless torrent of hatred and insane, psychotic, pro-genocide statements, which is, of course, interesting because, like, there is no, I guess, reasonable way to defend genocide. You can't do that, you know? So these guys are just, like, losing their minds over this. And while all of this is happening, Isaac Dover trying to cancel you while Ellison dances on the graves of Western journalism for Israel? Yeah. So, for the record, the free press, which is not so free, we're going to be talking about that, is getting bought. Okay, is getting bought. Paramount is reportedly set to buy Barry Weiss's free press for somewhere in the $100 to $200 million range. Now, for those of you who don't know who the fuck Barry Weiss is, for those of you who don't understand the significance of this deal, you probably look at this stuff. You probably look at this stuff and you go, Hasan, why do I care about this? Why should I care about this? Okay, now. The reason why you should care about this is because Barry Weiss is a uniquely demonic pro-Israel figure in American media. Okay? Like, she is perhaps most responsible for famous Palestinian poet Refat al-Ra'ar's assassination. Him and his entire family was killed by Israel after Barry Weiss literally put a crosshair on him. And it's not just that, obviously, like the free press, her outlet that is entirely propped up by Palantir and all of these like Silicon Valley tech CEOs have basically been one of the most annoying pro-Israel, one of the most like violent pro-Israel Hasbara operations that you can find. And it's interesting because, like, obviously there's an unlimited faucet of pro-Israel commentary all around, and yet the free press still somehow achieves new lengths. Now, what's interesting about this is that the free press has 335,000 subscribers on YouTube, right? And their videos barely crack. Like, look at this. Five days ago, 11,000 views. Exposed. Al Jazeera journalist caught working for Hamas. This is literally after Israel assassinated a bunch of Al Jazeera journalists. After Israel did we were hitting a Hamas camera shit, they came out and made this expose using, whatever talking points that the Israeli state gives them. Like, this is not a real news outlet, right? This is just a propaganda outlet for the Israeli state with this American independent patina. It's not true. There is no independence here. They're evil people. They are straightforwardly unimaginably evil people. It's a real who's who of neocons and warmongers. And not only is it a real who's who of all of these like awful people, they're like, they have no motion, right? They have no motion whatsoever. I mean, look at this shit. This has 2 weeks ago, air conditioning, an American innovation that changed everything. 3.2 thousand fucking views. So regardless of the fact that they have no real motion whatsoever with an actual population of readers and watchers and whatnot, there is something suspicious about their funding mechanism. Like, they have a shit ton of subscribers on Substack. But in any case, CBS is now going to be basically controlled by Barry Weiss. That's right. Barry Weiss, whose career trajectory started off as a beacon of like failing upwards for basically sucking up to Israel and being an Omega Zionist, has now finally reached a new level in her career. Here's Brendan Carrott. Barry Weiss is such an interesting character because she basically is the worst person who has ever done her chosen job. Even ignoring all the obvious Israeli shilling, she basically tried to get fired until a prestigious national newspaper let her do this. So one of the things that she tried to do early on was like get in on the cancel culture grift. she got a job. She got a job at the New York Times as an op-ed writer. One of her most famous op-eds at the New York Times was the intellectual dark web. If you remember, under Trump 1, she put together this like intellectual dark web piece where she interviewed, Joe Rogan, Dave Rubin, said these were like the real titans of intellect and debate. That was one of her incredible contributions to American journalism. But like when she's not doing that, she has always tried to just like get pro-Palestinian people fired while simultaneously complaining about cancel culture and also defending free speech. An absolutely monstrous, vile loser. Okay. She harassed Palestinian professors, coasted at Wall Street Journal, then got hired by the New York Times, immediately tried to throw a tantrum until they shit-canned her, and she couldn't get fired. I know this for a fact. She tried to get fired from the New York Times so that she tried to get fired from the New York Times so she could like lean in onto the I got canceled by cancel culture grift. It didn't happen because the New York Times was like, we're not going to fire you. You can be as annoying as you want, but we're not going to fucking fire you. So then she had to resign basically. And then when she resigned, she wrote about how like she was forced to resign because everybody hated her at the New York Times for understandable reasons. Then she moved on to Substack. She started the fake unaccredited institution, the University of Austin. Okay. And if you're wondering, like, how can such a massive fucking failure constantly keep failing upwards? It's because she was propped up. She was propped up by Peter Thiel and a bunch of other billionaires. Openly. It's not even a secret. There's a reason why, like, there aren't 60-minute segments on Full Sail University, right? Or Phoenix University, but there was a full-blown positive news piece, a puff piece on her unaccredited institution that was supposed to be combating woke. Okay? Another one of these guys that's like, I hate woke, I hate cancel culture, except I love doing cancel culture and I love being woke when it comes to the apartheid state that's doing a genocide. Okay? Brendan says the M. Night Shyamalan of writers, but for reasons unknown, she's now worth millions. If you're fortunate enough to have never read anything she's burped out, here's the most succinct description of her life's work. Imagine meeting your dumpy extended relative who went on birthright and mysteriously makes $500,000 at a consultancy firm run by a guy called Bip Shlololo. And what's interesting about this is that regardless of a sequence of fucking L's that normally would absolutely destroy someone's career like this if there was any sort of real meritocracy. Also, here's another Free Press writer, Sasha Seinfeld. She also writes for the Free Press. Writer and junior editor. Anyway, Jerry Seinfeld's daughter. So, for those of you who don't know, how does CBS come into this? Come into the fold? Well, as I covered before, there is a merger that took place between CBS and Paramount. Okay. Paramount Global was the parent company that included the CBS television network and CBS News until it was acquired by Skydance Media in a merger that closed on August 7, 2025. Okay. Sorry. Paramount was the owner of CBS television network. Okay. And the owner of Paramount turned around and after October 7, very clearly, very deliberately, very openly stated, I'm finally going to sell CBS because 60 Minutes is not sufficiently pro-Israel. And if you know anything about 60 Minutes, they added direct editorial control because 60 Minutes, after a year and a half of genocide, finally did one critical coverage. Okay? One piece of critical coverage on America's involvement with Israel's genocide. They didn't even call it a genocide at the time. They just said America's bombs are being used and Israel's using them on children. Okay? This was a bridge too far. They immediately sent in an outsider to do editorial control to make sure that this never happens again. A lot of people actually quit 60 Minutes. But this was a post-October 7 for the Redstones. This was too much, okay? And these guys are so unimaginably wealthy. For them, this is simply, for them, owning CBS is just like another thing that, billionaires have, right? But the reason why he openly sold it, the reason why the reason why CBS was openly sold was specifically because the owner decided it is not sufficiently pro-Israel. This is like by their own admission, okay? By their own admission. Now confirmed that this episode led 60 Minutes to be stripped of its editorial independence and led to the selling of CBS to David Ellison, who now plans to merge the company with Barry Weiss and the Free Press. Sherry Redstone hoped Trump's 60 Minutes suit would root out anti-Israel bias at CBS News, and she sold Paramount partly over October 7. She openly stated it. Okay? Redstone told The Times that for years she had resisted entreaties from potential suitors eager to buy Paramount. What pushed her to finally agree to sell the family business was October 7 massacre of an estimated 1,200 Israelis. Once that happened, I wanted out, she told The Times. I wanted to support Israel and address issues around anti-Semitism and racism. She told The Times that her breaking point came just days before she withdrew from settlement talks with Trump in January this year. CBS aired a 60-minute segment featuring State Department officials who quit over America's support for Israel's Gaza war, a piece that the American Jewish Committee blasted as shockingly one-sided, lacked factual accuracy, and relied heavily on misguided information. Redstone wasn't alone in her concerns. Days after the segment aired, George Cheeks, who oversees CBS, shared Redstone's dismay about the Gaza episode and soon appointed veteran producer Susan Zirinsky as an executive editor to review 60 Minutes segments, stripping the show of its traditional independence from corporate interference. In April, the longtime executive producer of 60 Minutes, Bill Owens, departed after Zirinsky's appointment undermined his autonomy. Okay? Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, straight up, billionaires just openly saying, like, look, I own a whole ass news organization, and this news organization that I own is not sufficiently pro-Israel. This is like designed. This is like an anti-Semite's wet dream, okay? And they're saying it in fucking broad daylight. Like they're not even like trying to hide it. They're just openly being like, nope, I do not like that my own media outlet that I own is not abiding by my wishes, abiding by my own personal standards, and it needs to go away. So basically, ultimately, Redstone is now is selling this property, or sold this property. It's not enough to get free weapons and political cover to carry out the genocide. Israel and its backers in the U.S. must also destroy any institution, no matter how long it's operated, like 60 Minutes here, that dares to moderately criticize the project once. And now Barry Weiss, who I just described to you as a charlatan, a hack, someone who's like written extensively on myself as well, is getting a $200 million deal with Paramount securely in his pocket. David Ellison is on the verge of acquiring Barry Weiss's The Free Press and tossing her the keys to CBS News. The deal is on the 1 yard line, I am told. Isn't that crazy? David Ellison, who is, of course, the son of Larry Ellison, okay? The son of multi-billionaire and Oracle Corporation co-founder Larry Ellison, who was propped up by the CIA, okay? His son is a film producer and a multi-billionaire and himself, or billionaire himself, who is a media mogul, bought CBS from another fucking billionaire to specifically make it more pro-Israel openly. And in an effort to do so, they are pumping Barry Weiss's bullshit independent outlet, fake independent outlet that's propped up by other billionaires with a $200 million cash infusion so that she can basically control the editorial standards and ensure that they are more pro-Israel. And by that I mean, because American media is already incredibly pro-Israel, as you guys know, right? But the reason why this is incredibly damaging to public discourse is because when Barry Weiss takes over the keys for CBS, she's going to make CBS pump out insane genocide denial. Like more so than just like, key omissions and many other tricks that mainstream editors deploy when covering the issue of Israel, right? Like it's no longer going to be like, oh, we're defending Israel by, writing whatever an Israeli envoy has declared that seemingly contextualizes yet another instance of like unlimited violence against Palestinian children. Now they're just going to say like, no, these children deserve to be fucking murdered. It was awesome. And actually they're not murdered at all. But if they were murdered, it's good that they were murdered because they deserved it because they're Hamas. Okay? Now, obviously, one of my issues with this stems from the fact that one singular fucking billionaire can just like decidedly change the trajectory of a whole ass media institution that has been around for decades. Like, think about how insane that is. We are at the mercy of billionaires. I fucking hate that. Barry Weiss's stream of genocide denial and incitement against Palestinians living in the tents has paid off. Equally racist pro-Israel Nepo child David Ellison is rewarding her with $150 million, give or take, for a Substack that even this sycophantic write-up acknowledges isn't worth a fraction of that. Dylan Byers, ever the morally incurious court stenographer, ponders if Ellison is just trying something unconventional to shake things up for some other such dopey nonsense. The market for the Gaza famine myth from the Free Press on this was, right at the time when people were recognizing that Israel was committed to doing a famine, by the way, and they literally wrote the Gaza famine myth. Like, it's just a Holocaust denial newspaper, okay? I need you to understand. The American public overall has a lot of unsavory taste, clearly, but I can assure buyers that Joe Six-Pack media consumer is not chomping at the bit for 60-minute segments on why nonstop images of maimed toddlers emanating from Gaza are actually not that big of a deal. A bunch of pro-Israel billionaire lunatics trying to directly do unlimited pro-Israel propaganda beyond what you have already seen from mainstream media. It is crazy to me. And they're not even hiding it. They're just saying it out loud. So if you don't personally think that this is like an incredibly damaging moment for an even more damaging moment for American press, for press freedom and press independence at a time when obviously we need an independent press more than ever before, this is going to make things even worse. Okay? And yeah, as Adam also correctly points out, like Dylan Byers is writing this as like a positive article. This is supposed to be like a article that is pro Barry Weiss, but even this article itself recognizes that this is, $200 million for Barry Weiss's operation. That's a little crazy. These guys don't care if they're just melting money, okay? They don't give a shit because they have unlimited funds. They don't even give a shit. They will do a $200 million payout. What does this do? This is to tell every other journalist who wants to start a media career, every other journalist who already has a media career, you will get the bag if you lie at the behest of Israel, no matter how insane your lies are, okay? No matter how psychotic your lies are, just erode your conscience, erode your moral compass, and we will pay you. We will throw the money faucet at you, okay? That's what this is for. David Ellison has settled into control of Paramount. A new conventional wisdom seems to have coalesced around a guy who, by dint of his relative youth and centibillionaire father, might otherwise have been written off as a nepo baby of hyperbolic proportions, because he is. David is smart, his friends and fellow executives will assure you. He gets the business, and most notably, he plays to win. Or as Mark Shapiro put it to me, he is an assassin when it comes to winning. But as John Malone, oh my God, this fucking glaze. Why are you leaving out a key detail? What's the key detail that I'm leaving out? They are straight up. They're straight up doing this openly because they want CBS to be more pro-Israel. And that's why they went to a genocide denial paper that is propped up by other billionaires and greatly inflated its value as a payout, as a massive popular payout, just so they can tell every other fucking reporter to look away or actively defend the state of Israel, regardless of what their morality tells them to do. What is this? When people say, when people say stuff like, well, people can see through this. Like, no, this is extremely inside baseball shit. People will not be able to see through this. There are a lot of normies. Your parents are not going to look at CBS's coverage that changes dramatically to be even more pro-Israel and go, this is a little weird. No, they're just going to take it at face value. And that is the smart ones, the ones that are not getting their notes from random Facebook posts. The smart liberal parents that still respect the mainstream institutions are now going to be tuning into CBS, not realizing that it's just like even more pro-Israel than it was before. Can you say what you actually mean instead of psychotic? It's not accurate and it's not fair to people with psychosis who aren't hurting anyone and doing Hasbara. Okay, take a week off. Oh my God. Please, I just, it's unbearable. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Please stop. Please, no more woke. It doesn't exist anywhere on the internet. People are literally fucking slinging the R word as they think it's like as they think it's a battle against woke. And there are still places on the internet, this one being one of them, where people actively try to be like, can you please sanitize your language? No, I'm not. I can't. Please stop harping on this like minor thing. Okay. It's just, please, it's not a major fucking issue. And if you can't deal with it, then like, sorry. Is crazy. I'm talking about like a fucking unlimited child genocide that's taking place, and how billionaires in the United States of America are forcibly taking over media institutions in an effort to do more fucking genocide propaganda. And a chatter's like, the way you're covering this hurts my feelings. God damn. One question about a minor thing is entirely unreasonable. I don't know, man. Oh, God. No, it's derailing and it's silly and it's dumb and it has nothing to do with the main point of contention here. Okay, please. Please stop. Yeah, it's not even that person's own personal feelings either. It's just like there's a hypothetical person with psychosis out there that might get fucking upset, and it's true, they might. Okay, I use pejoratives, like we utilize pejoratives. I can't just, there are certain slurs and certain pejoratives that I do not use, but I can't be as accommodating as you want me to be. I'm sorry. Okay. God damn. In many circumstances, you must ask yourself, like, is this actually a productive point of contention, or am I simply saying this because I want my voice to be heard? The quicker leftists in leftist communities realize that most of the emancipatory language that is being deployed in these sorts of circumstances are simply just a reflection of their own narcissistic desires to be heard and an effort to like feel a sense of control the easier things will be for achieving any semblance of solidarity, doing any sort of organizing. Stop tone policing. It's just stupid. It's unproductive. It makes people really fucking... It makes people look at us from the outside and go, ugh, these guys are fucking insane. Ugh. You know? Or maybe you're wrong. Or maybe there's a reason why you've been in here for 16 months and also understand that this is one of the least ablest spaces that you can actually participate in while also learning about whatever the fuck's going on in the news. And there's a reason why it is this way. There's a reason why it's consistently grown. It's because I don't do the fucking annoying tone policing shit and I actively stamp that kind of dumb shit out. That's it. Maybe I know what the fuck I'm doing and you don't. I know it's hard. It's hard to come to that conclusion, especially when you're like, this is the most important thing that I've ever seen. Anna said the same thing about birthing persons, Lamau. Yes, that's also fucking stupid. Offering any sort of attention to that is stupid. That's it. I'm not going to make it my life's mission to be anti-woke. I'm just going to fucking keep moving on and keep pushing. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to do. And you guys are trying to pull me back into the conversation. We're moving on from it. Okay? I've never in my whole ass life ever met a trans person that's been like, you have to use birthing persons. It's so fucking stupid. Any sort of attention towards that kind of rage bait from the right is also engaging in that kind of anti-trans behavior. Okay? That's it. All right. In any case, David has inarguably moved fast and has taken the reins of his new media barony, a notable contrast from the deal's interminable close. In the span of a few weeks, he reached a $7.7 billion deal for UFC rights, lured the Duffer Brothers away from Netflix, struck a distribution agreement with Legendary Pictures, and this week greenlit a Call of Duty film after acquiring the rights from Activision. If you subscribe to my partner Matt's indispensable What I'm Hearing email, you saw these deals coming long before the ink hit the paper. Even before that, David effectively approved Stephen Colbert's cancellation of South Park's $1.5 billion renewal. Yes, he had a year to plan these moves thanks to Brendan Carr's meddling, but the pace of execution does indeed betray a killer instinct. Now David has made advances on yet another target, the acquisition of the Free Press. Oh, Hasan saying, maybe I know what I'm talking about and you don't, is rich. Yeah, when it comes to fucking building a robust community of people from all different ideological backgrounds that are here with a singular focus, I do know this. This is the one thing I know about. And the proof is in the fucking pudding. Okay? The proof is in the fact that even a dumb fuck like yourself, who is very clearly, at least in certain respects, reactionary, are still in here because you can't fucking look away. And slowly but surely, even though you're probably hate watching right now, you get to hear a perspective that you were not privy to and maybe even change your mind on certain things. That's it. Okay? That's it. That's what I do. You feel me? You feel me? Not gonna lie, Najee, you sound like David Pac-Man. Take the L. Are you fragile? Very white right now. One day you will grow, my king. Okay. This is not white fragility, dumb fuck. Okay? It's not. You want to know why it's not? Because it has nothing to do with white fragility at all. And none of this is wrong either. It is poison for solidarity. I'm giving you an exact opinion. I'm giving you the reason why I don't fucking do this kind of discourse. You guys only want to do it, though. That's all you want to do. Notice how we haven't even been able to finish the article right now. And the only reason why we haven't been able to finish this article is because a bunch of fucking annoying losers only want to hear themselves speak. That's a lot of you guys' only opinion right now. Okay? Your only interest, your only investment in here is to have your voice be heard. And you are not shy about using woke emancipatory language in an effort to fulfill your narcissistic desires. That is what's going on. I'm getting baited, and it's not a one guy situation. It's a fucking multiple guy situation. It's a 100 guy situation at this point. So I'm using this as an opportunity to explain why. Explain why I do this, okay? Every now and then, it's important to offer a little bit of pushback on this kind of shit, okay? And the reason why I'm doing this, the reason why I'm offering pushback here is because this kind of stuff, this kind of language, this kind of attitude, hyper-focusing on the optics of something, tone policing, makes the left unapproachable. It makes the left unimaginably annoying to the average person. And it's also incredibly unproductive. This is your jank moment. This has literally been my principled stance for since I began doing this kind of coverage. Okay? Okay, you know what? Here, let's do it. This is what you're doing.
If we want to defeat capitalism, we are going to need a party that will
We got to do it. We got to play
organize
it.
working people to fight for the demands that we want and to win socialism. Thank you so much.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronouns?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
I thought this was a joke. Nope, not a joke. If you don't like what you just saw right there, if you looked at what you just saw right there and you thought, well, this is a productive way to organize, I think this is great, then, you know, we're not going to see the world in the same way, okay? But if you looked at that situation and you thought, wow, that looks kind of cringe to the outsiders watching, you understand why every now and then I push back on people that do this kind of thing. You might have a valid concern, okay? But that valid concern might be utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. And people don't understand that. Okay? I mean, this is also the CIA Simple Sabotage Field Manual. As you guys know, this is how the CIA for years and years actively disrupted left organizing, revolutionary organizing. Give a lengthy and incomprehensible explanation when questioned. Report imaginary spies or danger to the Gestapo or police. Act stupid. He is as irritable and quarrelsome as possible without getting. Be as irritable and quarrelsome as possible without getting yourself in trouble. A second type of simple sabotage requires no destructive tools whatsoever and produces physical damage, if any, by highly indirect means. It is based on a universal opportunity to make faulty decisions, to adopt a non-cooperative attitude, and to induce others to follow suit. Making a faulty decision may be simply a matter of placing tools in one spot instead of another. A non-cooperative attitude may involve nothing more than creating an unpleasant situation among one's fellow workers, engaging in bickering, or displaying surliness and stupidity. Okay? Now, the thing is, that chatter was not the CIA, dude. Come on. No, that's not what I'm saying. And this is not a revolutionary organizing space either. You're failing to comprehend what I'm saying. They don't need to do this anymore because people do it to themselves. That's the point. Boycott all movies, entertainment, concerts, newspapers were shared in any way connected with the Quisling authorities. Cry and sob hysterically at every occasion. Complain against ersatz materials. Misunderstand all sorts of regulation concerning such as matters as rationing, transportation, traffic regulations. What's wrong with you? My point isn't that everyone that's doing this is CIA. My point is we have become little CIA agents, okay? Because the only way for a lot of people to demonstrate how fucking moral they are or how leftist they are is by being fucking annoying. That is unironically something that a lot of people have internalized. Anytime someone goes, hey, is that guy actually with it? Is that guy actually with the cause? Or is he actually fake and phony and a rich socialist, for example? You have internalized the reactionary framing that declares that people that come from different backgrounds could not simply genuinely be invested in emancipation for all others, okay? That is an inherently reactionary position to hold. That is something that right-wingers say, but leftists do it to themselves with regular frequency because we have all become little agents, okay? We have a little cop inside of us. We have a little cop inside of our brains. We have a little CIA guy inside of our brains, always being like, you have to be annoying. You have to be annoying. One of the greatest examples I ever saw was like people rehashing people rehashing like the MLK was a womanizer and wanted to like fuck white ladies. Like I saw young black teenagers on TikTok posting about how MLK wasn't shit because he wanted to just like do it for white pussy or some shit. And I was like, that's insane. That is literally what the FBI was trying to blackmail MLK on. And this is supposedly like a leftist person behaving like fucking a federal agent. Like, what the hell is going on? That's what I mean. And for people's inability to understand exactly what I'm talking about here, you can continue being annoying. It's just you're unproductive and you're genuinely causing harm. And one day you will look around and realize that you are alone for this reason. Maybe it'll be far too late at that point. Hopefully you can stop being fucking annoying before it gets to that point, okay? That's it. Like, there are still motherfuckers who are like, Hasan is dying on the hill of calling things schizo. No, that's not the hill I'm dying on. The hill that I'm dying on is not even a hill. I'm trying not to die on the hill by saying you need to fucking let certain microaggressions wash over you if you want to behave in a broader community as a normal person. If you want outsiders to not look in here and go, wow, there's a bunch of sickos in here. What the fuck's going on? This shit sucks. I'm not even remotely invested in whatever the fuck this guy has to say because this community has fucked vibes. If you don't realize that that's what it comes across as to the average person, I don't know what to tell you. The only reason why I do this kind of pushback towards people who behave in this kind of thing only because that's the only way that they can do any sort of expression of politics is because it's really bad. It's really fucking bad. And you're not alone, and you're not, this is not the first time that I've had to address this. I've addressed this a billion times since the beginning of my fucking Twitch streaming career. Anyway. All right. You have to be normal. You have to be cool. Okay? Be normal and cool. It's huge. It goes a very long way. Okay? Being normal and being cool goes an insanely long way. And a lot of people just go, nah, fuck that. Okay? All right. Let's continue. You literally pulled me back from being an annoying reactionary radlib who thought she was an anarchist years ago. Thanks, man. Glad you were open-minded. All right. You aren't the only person in here saying, excuse me, doesn't make you not cool. What? I'd rather have annoying people doing things than cool people doing nothing. How about cool people doing things rather than annoying people doing nothing? Because what your advocacy revolves around is annoying people not only not doing nothing, but only doing things in the opposite direction. All right. David is purchasing the Free Press, the defiantly heterodox news and opinion media entity founded by Barry Weiss. As you know, David has been courting Barry for almost a year and formally pitched her on acquiring the company at then Allen & Co. conference in July. Those talks have progressed in recent days. And I am now told that the two sides have agreed in principle to a deal and lawyers are hard at work finalizing a format agreement. David's offer to the Free Press is expected to be well above the site's most recent $100 million valuation, but well below the $200 million figure that was recently floated in the Financial Times. That was an absurd ask. The Free Press does $15 million in annual subscription revenue, and Barry's politically charged content makes it hard to scale the advertising business. Plus, there's no tech stack. It's all on Substack. Either way, it will land Weiss a king's ransom. Just a little over 5 years after her dramatic departure from the Times. The deal is not done yet, of course, but as a source of knowledge of the negotiators told me this afternoon it's on the 1 yard line. It's not Dan Rather's network anymore. As a part of the deal, I'm told David plans to give Barry a role at CBS News that would, among other things, task his fellow millennial with guiding the editorial direction of the division. Barry's avowedly pro-Israel and anti-woke worldview, not to mention her broadly shit-kicking anti-establishment disposition. That's so funny. There is no anti-establishment position. Being fucking quote-unquote fake anti-woke, except for Israel, is not. It is the establishment position. It is the establishment position. Has he doxed anyone today? Why is Twitch doing nothing? One day you guys will realize that you're just getting tuned by some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the internet, okay? FEC filings are not doxing, dumbass. That is the reason why Twitch has done nothing, okay? It blows my fucking mind that you guys keep thinking like, well, I don't understand. My favorite content creator told me that this was actually patently illegal, and then the thing that you're looking at is not illegal at all, or not even a violation of the terms of service, and you just get upset. You just get upset that it doesn't happen, and instead of recognizing that you are an easily tricked adult, and maybe going back and being like, hey, I feel like you actually lied to me about this, to whoever told you this shit, whoever tuned you up. You turn around and you say, nah, it must be a grand conspiracy. Some people are talking about you going to jail soon. I know, every fucking day, bro. It's so dumb. What happened? People were saying that like I was going to go to jail for for waving an airsoft gun against a person who issued a death threat against me. And I said, hey, man, good luck. That's all I did. So what happened then? Why didn't I go to jail? Every other month, motherfuckers do a China is collapsing any day now type content for someone like myself. And yet for some weird reason, it never happens. Okay. And then those people, instead of going, hey, this is not happening at all. What the fuck? Maybe I was lied to. Instead of people second guessing themselves, they go, nah, there must be an even grander conspiracy. At some point, you got to realize, like, maybe the people are not actually invested in educating you, and they're just simply farming you by whipping you up and trying to get you angry and agitated. Hopefully. What have you been having, the FEC? I watched a YouTube video where, ironically enough, I actually was critical of Bad Empanada's coverage, saying that the Progressive Victory doesn't just do pro-Israel propaganda, and did like viable activations as well. But the reason why I didn't work with them was because I thought they were unserious for working with Brianna Wu and also numerous sex pestiny affiliates. And people took whatever they got out of that and said that I was like doxing people. Why was I doxing people? Because the public FEC declarations have content creators like areas that they're from. It's like saying you dox Hasan by saying he is in West Hollywood. Like, I'm doxing myself every morning when I say sunny Los Angeles, California. It's, you have to be genuinely single digit IQ to believe anything like that. But you know, I guess it's more fun to talk about that for the more fun to talk about like the, wait, it didn't have their full addresses? No, of course not, dude. What are you talking about? Just no. And also, it wasn't even like immediate. This is like, it happened like weeks ago, and then they just like rehashed it because they don't want to do the 700 debate panel about Destiny's pedophilia. So all of us fucking orbiters have to like, you know, figure out something else to create controversy and drama around because it's wholly unproductive. That's it. That's it. A lot of people don't realize this. Like, they think they're actually engaging in political advocacy when they do this kind of stuff. They don't realize that all they're doing is like petty drama shit serving the incredibly narcissistic desires of their favorite content creators who feel like, if only people knew how bad Hasan was, then maybe they would come and watch me instead. That's it. The same orbiters that want the DNC to allow using the R word Lamau. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. Yeah. The entire political discourse sphere is just now full slop. It's really fucking annoying. Anyway. Didn't those losers post your entire house listing after you purchased your home? They did. But, that was a long time ago. It is what it is. What are you going to do? Meanwhile, while this shit's happening. Oh, yes, because politics used to be so highbrow in the past. No. You're not wrong. I mean, I always go back to William F. Buckley versus Gore Vidal. And these guys were seen as like the intellectual giants of their time, right? And they had these like very high class debates on a bunch of different issues at the time, and the arguments would basically turn into Gore Vidal calling correctly William F. Buckley a crypto fascist, and then William F. Buckley would call Gore Vidal a homosexual, a flaming homosexual. So that's like, that unironically is the same exact type of discourse that takes place right now. I guess it has devolved in some ways, though. It has devolved in some ways. It's gotten, lamer and more annoying. But, there's less decorum. It is what it is. On some level, David's pursuit of the free press seems to be driven by a desire to align his news network with his own politics. How else to explain why the guy who just bought his way into Hollywood moguldom, NFL rights, and the streaming wars would want to endure the thankless chore of integrating a politically charged digital news business that, despite his relative success in the Substack economy, would account for a modest 8-figure revenue line in his $18 billion entertainment business? If the lifers at CNN threatened to burn the place down when Chris Licht moved his office to a different floor, imagine the looming hysteria that will transfix CBS News. Assumedly, for Ellison, employee migration is also a part of the point. David probably looks at CBS News as a bit of a blank canvas, as a declining business, a cost burden, and, as recent history has made abundantly clear, a potentially massive PR headache. Why is it a potentially massive PR headache? Because CBS News is like not as invested as being as openly pro-Israel as like the free press is, by the way. Okay? Incredible. But the fact that it is losing money also opens a lot of opportunities for reinvention. Why continue to operate a declining asset that also bleeds cash as status quo? What's so funny about this is like assuming that hitting the pro-Israel route is somehow magically going to make this business a more profitable business. Now, this is where I ask myself and you guys the same question. Is David that fucking stupid, or does he just not care and he wants to do unlimited propaganda for Israel? Or is it a bit of both? Because, like, does this man legitimately think that giving a fuck ton of money to Barry Weiss to take over the reins of CBS News when her output is unimaginably unimpressive, okay? Like, I'm sorry. You got hype from every fucking psychotic tech billionaire on the planet, and you're barely making a dent in the discourse with this shit. Who the fuck thinks this is worth $200 million / even perhaps more consequentially, who the fuck thinks this kind of editorial run is somehow going to change the dynamic of CBS and turn it into a profitable business. That's it. Because if this person's YouTube channel is worth, and all of the media that they have put out is worth $200 million, then I'm worth $200 billion. Okay? It's that crazy. Am I worth 200 billion? No, I'm not. That would be fucking insane. Like, think about it. 200 M's is what Joe Rogan got. 200 M's is what Joe Rogan got for the Spotify deal. I think it was 200 M's, right? Like, do you think Joe Rogan and Barry Weiss have the same level of cultural, have the same level of cultural relevance? Okay? That is fucking insane. You have to be an insane person. Wait, Joe Rogan was 100 M's. So yeah. The Juicers kick deal alongside LeBron is worth Barry Weiss. Things that are worth as much as Barry Weiss is the Free Press, an institution that you've probably never heard of. Are we for fucking real? I mean, that's crazy. I feel like this kind of comparison shows the complete depravity and the insanity of a deal such as this one. Without getting philosophical, he's planning on owning the asset interminably, and his shareholders have already suffered through years of Sherry-inflicted cash incineration. Why not take a flyer on a format that's economically inconsequential and eroding regardless? And if this maneuver gives David Rose second thoughts about moving back from London to manage the division, he can entrust it to existing newsroom leader Tom Sabrowski. Therein lies the intrigue behind the Barry deal. Even as she's poised to scale down the business, reduce talent salaries, and make it a leaner, trimmer operation, David is also poised to bring on a politically divisive marquee talent who might infuse the brand with a bold new identity and, frankly, at least make the network interesting again. Yeah. In a sea of pro-Israel Hasbara, Barry Weiss, who is not even fucking getting the views, as a pro-Israel Hasbara operation, will finally make CBS more newsworthy and will make it more interesting. Ellison also likely knows there may be a surprising upside here. You may not be able to believe everything you watch on Fox News, but the network's personality-driven content has single-handedly overturned the hourglass on the industry. We're living through a media age, for better or for worse, that prizes authenticity above all. This is the exact opposite of authenticity. This is a person who straight up, shut up, you're a terrorist supporter. Ugh. The walls are closing in. Nobody fucks with Israel, okay? It must suck so much ass that your favorite content creators are increasingly becoming more and more belligerent online, whether they're being outed as pedophiles or whether they're being outed as trying to procure CSAM or whether they're just slinging slurs and then getting banned over and over again and then deciding to fucking quit to take a mental health break, while all of your favorite content creators are seen as charlatans for throwing all of their weight, their limited amount of weight, behind an apartheid state that's getting unlimited funds from the United States of America to do fucking unlimited child murder in broad daylight, okay? All of that shit's happening. All that shit's unfolding. And you just come in here and you sling this shit in my direction. I do not support, okay, he apologized. I do not support the terrorist state of Israel, okay? You are seeing the same, buddy. Chill out. What about the Germany brothel? No one sees me the same. No. Unban this. You radicalize more people. Let's be real. Yeah, in the good direction. This is like when Twitch gave Logic, the biracial rapper, 7 figures back in 2020 for him to stream like 5 times. Yeah. I apologize. Turkey sucks. Take a joke. I started this. W. Wait, what do you mean take a joke? You just fucking came in here and called me a terrorist supporter. Yeah. Doesn't that gotta suck so much ass that you just like spent so many years being like Hasan went to a legal brothel that's still in operation in a place where prostitution is legal in the year 2010, okay? And he openly admitted this when talking about sex work and whatnot. And I still cannot get other people to fucking hate him. I can't do it. All the while, every single person that has consistently fucking brought this up over and over again, okay? Over and over again, have been outed as straight up procuring child sexual abuse material. That's gotta suck so much ass. That's gotta suck so much ass that you're constantly fighting, you're constantly banging on this drum, and then you're banging on this drum at the behest of your favorite content creator who has been outed as a charlatan. And also just a overall really bad guy. Or have they been outed as that? Is there real proof? Well, you can go find it online. I think you know where there is proof. Anyway. Netanyahu himself, by the way, if you want to understand like how the free press is so consequential, Netanyahu himself is now pushing the argument that Israel is being unfairly blamed for starvation death because of the boy who also had a piece of his skull blown out by an Israeli shelling. Okay? Benjamin Netanyahu's posting the free press. Mossab al-Debs, the 14-year-old boy, was featured in the same CNN story as another child suffering from malnourishment. The original caption didn't mention that last May he sustained a traumatic head injury. Like, how is this a defense of what Israel is doing? The Free Press wrote this article or made this video specifically to be like, hey, by the way, the people that you're posting about that are clearly starving, don't you know that Israel also shot them and exploded their fucking brains? That's not a defense of Israel, man. Bet you feel foolish now when you find out that the child that Israel is starving also has genetic disabilities, heritable disabilities. Oh, shit, man. Israel's starving disabled children? That certainly makes me feel a lot better about Israel. Said no one. It's for nobody. It's for a person that already is pro-Israel and is just like desperately trying to grab onto anything they can when they're talking to their younger relatives. Okay? That's who it's for. These types of articles are simply for your grandparents and your aunts and your unks that constantly try to fucking turn around and say, no, you see, you don't understand. The person that Israel was starving. What is this? Hasan Piker offered a soda on stream recently, but he needed to ask, is Dr. Pepper off the BDS list? Imagine being a New York City council member and you're concerned about whether a soda has a fringe association to Israel. Once you see the truth, okay, everyone's on their own journey. Okay. Everyone's on their own personal journey. Some people will never see it. Okay. They have put too much social capital, too much investment into not seeing the truth about what Israel is doing, what Zionism actually is. But once people start recognizing that truth, it's only a matter of time until they come to the same conclusion that you're at right now. So you have to try and be as charitable as possible. Okay. You have to be kind to people and walk them through this journey. It is very difficult for a lot of people to relearn shit that they took for granted their whole lives. Okay? If you want to engage in anti-fascist advocacy, whether it be against the fascist ideology of Zionism, or whether it be white supremacist ideology, whether it be like all this reactionary shit in the United States of America that plenty of people take for granted, you have to be as open-minded as possible, take on as much emotional labor as possible, and be as charitable as possible. Okay? Yeah, you just have to do that. I know it sounds fucking nuts when you're like, well, this guy is like engaging in, Halbra or genocide denial in perpetuity. Like, what the fuck do you mean I have to be nice to this person? Like, no, if you think that the person that you're talking to is open-minded, if you think that that person that you're talking to is like charitable, which by the way, your expectation should be that everyone is charitable until they show you that they're not, until they prove to you that they're not. But you have to just remember that we need the numbers no matter what in order to keep pushing, in order to keep creating pressure. You need more numbers always. It's important to just have patience and try to engage people as charitably as you possibly can. Hasi, that's your biggest flaw. So many people fucking suck. Yeah, I think you're wrong. I mean, there are people who suck for sure. Having said that, however, if I shut off people from going on their own fucking journey, I would say I wouldn't have so many people in here that have changed their minds, have seen the truth. Okay? You're making a 2024 argument in 2025? No. Nope. Remember, there are a fuck ton of people out there who are still completely oblivious, utterly oblivious. And a part of that reason is because the media in general is so incredibly invested in creating. The media is so incredibly invested in creating this symmetry between Israel and the Palestinians. So from their perspective, if you're just only tuning in every now and then to this conversation, and you're like, somewhat paying attention to it in your day to day, it's understandable that even now there might be people who are utterly oblivious, who think like, oh, this is bad. It's bad, but I don't really care. Let God sort it out. You have to take those people and try to demonstrate empathy, demonstrate charitability, even if they are being hard-headed and refusing to learn. I have kept this attitude up regardless of how much I've been burned, and I've been burned quite a bit. Okay? And I think I still will continue to be as charitable as possible no matter what. People say it's my worst quality. I think it's my best quality. I understand why you look at all this death and destruction, you say, fuck it. How can people not see it? But you just have to keep pushing through it. Chart 1, guests on Sunday talk shows by nationality: U.S., Israeli, Arab, other. My study on Sunday news talk shows last year, I found that CBS's Face the Nation was one of the only foreign networks to have Palestinian Arab guests and was the least pro-Israel in framing overall. Chart 2, views of the guests on Sunday talk shows, pro-Palestinian, neutral, pro-Israeli. By the way, look at how fucking, Fox doesn't have any pro-Palestinian positions. And look at how out of whack this is. Look at how out of whack this is, bro. It's just like people who are not paying attention to shit, or people who like kind of pay attention to stuff, they only see this. This is a reality design by a multi-billion-dollar sophisticated influence peddling operation. That's the reason why there are still people who are oblivious. So don't take for granted like what you know and assume that everybody else knows that. Do your very best to literally explain to people, because neutrality in this circumstance is also obviously pro-Israel. Neutrality in the face of tremendous injustice is siding with the oppressor. John Levine, people should reflect on why a company like the Free Press is worth $200 million and why nobody other than Qatar will ever pay a red cent for Zeteo/drop site. Yeah, I mean, he's just basically relitigating. He's basically relitigating the main point that this guy is making anyway. David Ellison is doing that specifically so that people get the message. If you're pro-Israel, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Jasper says, people should reflect on why billionaires shower cash on right-wing outlets that slobber over power and wealth, but starve left-wing outlets that challenge them. Yeah, one of life's greatest mysteries. Unearthed a document, the president of CBS saying he agrees with the Powell memo task force declaring our free enterprise system is in danger because of the media bias and promising that he's using his powers to correct the situation at CBS News with some results. All right, we did enough. There's a couple more notes that I wanted to get to on the CBS News shit before we move on to Florida, doing Florida things, removing vaccine mandates because they're fucking insane. Barry Weiss identifies untapped market void, raises funds. Untapped market void is being pro-Israel, by the way. Being pro-Israel and also doing like anti-woke. What an untapped market void that is. Of course, advisor to vote Tim Scott, Nathan Brand says, Barry Weiss identifies untapped market void, which is not untapped or a void in the market at all. It's the only thing the market has. Raises funds for a startup to fill it amid ridicule from her peers, from billionaires who want this kind of propaganda to continue. Okay. Successfully fills void, sells company to established player for hundreds of millions of dollars. Taylor Lorenz, this is a right-wing grift. It is. It is a right-wing grift. Sagar says the free press getting bought has nothing to do with markets and everything to do with being slavishly devoted to Israel. Free press heads, it's not about Israel. David Ellison, it is literally about Israel. I mean, here, they straight up say it too. It's not like they're hiding it. Look, on one level, David's pursuit, David Ellison, son of Oracle centi-billionaire Larry Ellison, David Ellison, the fucking nepotist fail son, and his pursuit of the free press feels like a passion play, a chance to virtue signal to his fellow media executives and Trump and talk CBS News towards something less overtly liberal. Jeff Bezos, for his part, seems to be attempting something similar at the Washington Post, though you really need a magnifying glass and Morse code to deduce any sort of strategy there. Anyway, like many in that crowd, Ellison was also smitten by Barry's unwavering support of Israel and preoccupation with the rise of anti-Semitism, issues that are as near and dear to David's father, Larry, as they are to Paramount's outgoing owner, Shari Redstone. It's not even like it's not a secret. You're not unearthing some sort of secret. They are straight up saying it. Okay? Ugh. Insane. All right.
HHS.
Now in a sea of awfulness, let's move on to where in a sea of awfulness, let's move on to fucking the state of Florida, okay? Florida to remove all vaccine mandates in the state.
Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. set to face lawmakers for the first time since CDC Director Susan Mernarez' firing after she refused to go along with his changes to COVID vaccine policy. With the CDC in turmoil, there's new fallout this morning after Florida's move to end vaccine mandates, including those for school children.
The Florida Department of Health, in partnership with the governor, is going to be working to end all vaccine mandates in Florida law. All of them. All of them.
Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo has long been criticized by health experts for spreading vaccine misinformation.
Who am I to tell you what your child should put in your body? Your body is a gift from God.
The move would make the Sunshine State the first to no longer mandate certain vaccines for children in public schools, currently required to be vaccinated against serious diseases like polio, measles, chickenpox, and tetanus. The American Medical Association condemning the move, saying in a statement, this unprecedented rollback would undermine decades of public health progress. While there is still time, we urge Florida to
This is one of those things where like obviously a lot of the anti-vaxxer stuff is supposed to be used as a distraction, right? Like it's supposed to be culture warriors. It's supposed to keep people busy so that they just realize that, you know, the cost of living and affordability crisis is still ongoing. But you're too busy to recognize that Trump is not doing shit about that. Okay? But the problem with this is like when you actually lean into it, when you actually lean into making decisions about culture war stuff, you are unironically cooking your own future. Like, what good is it if a shit ton of next generation Floridians just have childhood polio and numerous other diseases that have been eradicated as a consequence of vaccine mandates? It doesn't make sense. This is the problem with moving in the direction of having like true believers rather than simple grifters that are going to agitate in the direction of this kind of stuff, but never actually fulfill the desires of some of the most insane people in the base. Another example I can present to you is white nativist anti-immigrant agendas, right? Like if Donald Trump were to do the Guatemalan Mexican Holocaust in this country with like 12 million brown people being shipped away into concentration camps, many of which work in the agricultural business, the poultry business, many of them work in the construction business, like it would not only be unimaginably cruel, but it would also destroy the American economy. Okay? Obviously, first and foremost, that is like an insane thing to do. That is an incredibly, incredibly cruel thing to do. But it would also be a self-own. It would be an own goal. You would be killing the economy. Right? This feels like that. This feels like a move in the direction of actively cooking your own future. It doesn't make any sense.
Consider this change to help prevent a rise of infectious disease outbreaks that put health and lives at risk. Measles cases have already risen nationwide to their highest level in 25 years, and the decision has medical experts ringing the alarm.
In the 1970s, there were school vaccine mandates across the country, but they weren't enforced. And then you had these major outbreaks of tens of thousands of people, children who had measles. And with those enforcement of school vaccine mandates, you ended those outbreaks.
Now, as the nation's top health agencies face a crisis of confidence, California, Oregon, and Washington are joining together to launch a new West Coast Health Alliance, quote, to ensure residents remain protected by science, not politics. Multiple reports saying Kennedy has chosen 7 new members to join the agency's panel of vaccine experts, and at least 3 of those reported new members have been critical of vaccines. HHS telling ABC News, you will hear it from us when there are new members to announce.
These changes were absolutely...
And while all this is happening, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy is defending the shakeup at the CDC in a Senate hearing and saying that it was absolutely a necessity. As you guys may or may not be aware of course, the former head of the CDC was fired, and then a bunch of people actually left, resigned in protest. And now you got a bunch of senators asking questions about, like, what the hell is going on? Meanwhile, the person that they're putting in charge is a psychopath, is another Peter Thiel acolyte.
Necessary adjustments to restore the agency to its role as the world's gold standard public health agency with the central mission of protecting Americans from infectious disease. CDC failed that responsibility miserably during COVID, when its disastrous and nonsensical policies destroyed small businesses, violated civil liberties, closed our schools, caused generational damage in doing so, massed infants with no science, and heightened economic inequality. And yet all those oppressive and unscientific interventions failed to do anything about the disease itself. America is home to 4.2% of the world's population, yet we had nearly 20% of the COVID deaths. We literally did worse than any country in the world. And the people at CDC who oversaw that process, who put masks on our children, who closed our schools, are the people who will be leaving. And that's why we need bold, competent, and creative new leadership at CDC. People able and willing to chart a new course. As my father once said, progress is a nice word, but change is its motivator, and change has its enemies. That's why we need new blood at CDC. That's also why it's imperative.
Dude. I mean, this is like Hideo Kojima levels of disease, man. Okay, this is like a Hideo Kojima boss. Okay, in the Metal Gear series called Disease Man, being like, "That's right, I'm one of the 4 horsemen. I'm here to bring about disease. It'll be your salvation. Millions must die. Children must get polio. It will only make them stronger." And people are just looking at this and going, "Nah, that's my guy, dude." It's crazy. Like, he is seen as like a popular person. He is seen as a popular figure in this administration. How nutty. What the fuck is bro talking about? Like quarantining and mass didn't mitigate infection rates and deaths? Yeah, it's over. Like the COVID stuff, like the COVID stuff totally bricked people. It totally bricked people. There are so many people that just like straight up think it's like both fake, but it was also a bioweapon, and the vaccines were worse, and the mask mandates were completely ridiculous because it was fake, even though it killed people because it was a bioweapon. Like it is so inconsistent. It doesn't make any sense, but it does not matter. There are people who just their brains are completely busted on this, okay? And here is Holy Toledo himself. Support for vaccinating kids against infectious diseases dropped from 81% in 1991 to 51% last year.
This has to do with Florida, where they're trying to overturn all vaccine mandates, including vaccine mandates.
It's so funny because vaccine hesitancy has been deployed as a weapon for political instability overseas, or has been an unfortunate byproduct of like American intervention overseas. And we're doing it to ourselves. We are doing it to ourselves. It's just pretty funny to think about, like, it's pretty funny to think about, like, America cooking its own future like this. A plague upon our own homes.
In school for children, What do the polls tell us about that?
Okay, this to me is one of the most interesting and, in my opinion, most troubling trend lines that we have seen. Okay, vax kids against infectious diseases, the government should require it. You go back to 1991, it was 81%, okay?
1991, holy Toledo.
Then we go to 2019 at 62%. Look at where that number fell to by 2024. It was just 51%. That is a 30-point drop from 34 years ago. My goodness gracious, now a bare majority say that the government should in fact require kids to be vaccinated against infectious diseases. Amongst Republicans, it's the opposite. The majority say the government shouldn't require it. Now, I should point out this does depend a little bit on question wording. The polling out this morning says that the government should encourage it, but encourage it is very different from requiring it. And when it comes to requiring it, the American public has become increasingly skeptical of the idea that, in fact, the government should require kids to be vaccinated against infectious diseases.
I mean, what do you say to that? What can you say to that? I always talk about like how if everyone believes the fake thing, and it is a part of the collective understanding, then what use is there for the truth? Like, what use is there to try and advocate for social welfare in some degree when people are just saying like, nah, that's not for me. Social welfare, fucking vaccines, that's gonna make me gay and autistic. Don't want it, brother. What do you do? It's kind of like that quote, you know, to be well-adjusted to a objectively insane society, to an objectively unhealthy society is no measure of mental sanity. You know? It's cooked.
That we remove officials with conflicts of interest and catastrophically bad judgment and political agendas. We need unbiased, politics-free, transparent, evidence-based science in the public interest. Those are the guiding principles behind the changes at the CDC, and that is what you can expect all across.
Are you sponsored by Pfizer? Hell yeah, brother. I love Big Pharma. I'm sponsored by Pfizer. No, man, I just think vaccines are good, okay? I think it's important. It's important to fucking vaccinate. Because I'm not a psycho. Because I'm not a fucking caveman, okay? I don't know how else to describe it. I'm pro-vaccine, okay? You got me. I always have been. I am pro-modern medicine, okay? It is the reason why we live till the age of 70, okay? The reason why the average life expectancy has shot up, even though America, it's going down quite a bit, to like 70 plus, is directly a consequence of vaccines and modern medicine. That's it. That's it. Because the life expectancy it doesn't mean that like people just like always automatically died at the age of like 30 or whatever back in the day. Modern medicine and specifically vaccines made it so that like these incredibly unfortunate childhood deaths due to preventable diseases that are now preventable because of vaccines, no longer cook people, no longer kill children, which is the reason why the life expectancy was significantly lower back in the day. I cannot believe we are still having like a debate about this too. It's one of those things where it's one of those things that I never really imagined we would be debating in 2025. If you were to tell me 10 years ago that like Americans would be sincerely discussing how bad vaccines are, I just never I just would not. I don't think that I would ever see the day. I mean, here, there's a John Oliver video on Make America Healthy Again last week tonight. We can watch it. It's so crazy because, like, people partially look to the success of vaccines to present an anti-vaxxer stance. They go, well, there's no more polio. It's not a problem any longer. Not realizing that that is because of the vaccines, dumbass. Like, what the fuck do you mean there's no more polio? It's not a problem. Yeah, because of the fucking vaccines. You're presenting an argument that proves vaccine efficacy while simultaneously making an anti-vax argument. This is another byproduct of American entitlement, American individualism, American selfishness, and also a lack of education. Americans are just not critical thinkers at all. We are easily deluded. We are servile little piggies. And we think whatever kind of dumb fuck opinion that we have arrived at on our own without actually doing the proper research, proper education, and demonstrating even a fraction of the critical thinking necessary is actually a unique opinion that everyone must listen to and everyone must agree with. Everyone must agree with this opinion because I'm a unique little snowflake and I came up with this opinion and therefore it's good. Oh, you don't want to hear my perspective? It's like, no, I don't actually, because you're a fucking idiot. And so am I. The difference between you and I is that I recognize that I'm a fucking idiot. You don't. And for that reason, I, take advantage of the marvels of modern medicine and the fucking thousands of years at this point of medical research that have gotten us to this fucking point. And I just delegate the responsibility to the fucking experts. I'm not an epidemiologist. I'm not a fucking doctor, and neither are you. And we do this every day. We take this for granted every single fucking day. There is a reason why your meat that you consume is not poison, okay? The meat that you consume, that you purchase at a fucking grocery store, has been, at the very least, in the past, with a competent government, was checked, okay? Was checked by a regulatory agency. So you don't have to consider whether or not the meat that you're purchasing at the grocery store is going to fucking poison you and kill you. We take this kind of shit for granted on a daily basis. And the same goes for vaccines and things of that nature. We just take it for granted, and then we detangle and undermine the people that are, the people that have spent their whole lives researching this stuff, trying to make sure that it is as safe as possible, trying to improve social welfare. Fucking so crazy.
Any attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
It's kind of getting common is when a fella can't put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to.
Like, that's a mother, bro.
You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. And pretty soon we're going to be calm this country.
Yeah. That's just typical American shit, though. Like, that's it. We just have this fucking brain rot, this brain disease where we think, we just think like any kind of restriction for social welfare, any sort of regulation for social welfare to improve people's chances in spite of their own stupidity, improve people's chances of survival in spite of their own fucking stupidity, is actually bad. It's the same in other places. Yes and no. It is definitely a part of human nature for sure. But a competent government is supposed to overcome this kind of thing. And they do. Okay? And they do. They overcome this kind of thing and they just move along with it. They just go along with it. They keep doing it. Didn't they say the same in Turkey? Cell phone towers that give cancer? Sure. I'm sure they probably did. But it doesn't matter because the cell phone towers still got put up. And people shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? They don't just go, yeah, I want, organic food for my children. They also end up inevitably arriving at like insane conclusions. That's the problem. And the hilarious side about this story is that in places that are super woke, that have way more regulation, the food is healthier overall. Europe comes to mind. It's ironic that I'm saying this while I'm, sucking on a Diet Dr. Pepper Zero, strawberries and cream flavor, because the European mind can't comprehend this level of maximum freedom. And I'm not going to get into like the whole, the organic thing is actually bullshit. Like, sure. Like it's marketing. It's marketing for people. I understand that. It doesn't really matter that much. Okay? Like if you're trying to make sure that your kids are eating like healthier options as opposed to like fucking pepperoni pizza all the goddamn time, then that's not necessarily a bad thing. But the moment that it moves away from like wanting to choose healthier options for your children, like filling food, to advocating that they don't get fucking vaccinated, you're a freak. All of a sudden, you're not actually pushing for social welfare or welfare for your children or a better future for your children. You're actually doing that. I'm sorry, dude. The only reason why you eat at Subway is because it has a franchise system that makes it super cheap, much cheaper than other alternatives. And it's everywhere. They flood the market. I have always hated Subway. I don't understand it. If you want like an alternative that's at least like close to the original, get fucking Jersey Mike's. Fuck it. Even what's the one that's like super fast in college campuses that like basically deliver a sandwich to you before you're done ordering it? What's that one? Jimmy John's. Even Jimmy John's better than Subway. Yeah, their deli meats are turkey flavored differently. Like, and people go, "Oh, my brother in Christ, you made the sandwich." It's like, no, dude. The available ingredients are ass. Ireland's court ruled that Subway bread can't be considered bread. Subway bread is not bread, Irish court rules. Judge finds the sugar content of U.S. chain sandwiches exceeds stipulated limit and they should thus be classified as confectionery. Their bread is cake. I will never understand that. I will never, ever, ever understand people riding for Subway. It is so ass. The shit is that I'm doing, the healthier. That's what it feels like. It feels like for them, a beacon of health is how nasty whatever the fuck you're consuming actually is. That's why so many of these people then inevitably arrive at like straight up eating like poop pills and things like that. Like there's, drinking your own piss. Like the most extreme version of this is like quite literally drinking your own piss and stuff. You drank blood with Liver King? Yeah, it was gross as fuck. It was a meme. It's not like I've been doing that since then or before. It was for a fucking meme. There's a difference between like actively joking about it and trying it for the fucking meme versus making this a big part of your advocacy. That these guys are good, and therefore I do sometimes feel like all of this advocacy, all of this like back and forth about like these guys are grifters, they're grifting, they're just trying to sell you their own fucking market substitutes. All of that is not going to shake someone off their stupor. They don't change until their kid dies of measles, and even then it's a 50-50 shot. No, they don't. They don't even change after that. Remember that fucking, what was it? Like the Amish couple or whatever in Texas who were like, yep, God killed our child. It is what it is. They straight up double down. It's the same as cult programming and cult deprogramming, right? Where when like apocalyptic cults have a timeline for when the world is going to end, what do you see when the world doesn't end at that limited time frame? They just double down. They don't go, oh shit, this didn't happen. Oh shit, this actually didn't happen. Maybe this was all for nothing. No, you have too much sunk cost. You have too much emotional investment. This is your community now. They've already isolated you successfully from your friends and family. They've already programmed your brain to rely on this, to rely on this cult. So it's there's so much fear of losing that sense of community that you have. Another example I will use is with even like slop tubers and shit. There's cult-like thinking and cult-like programming in every aspect of society. Slop tubers will design the world through this like incredibly narrow lens, and anything that doesn't correspond to that, like when people say Hasan is going to get banned any day now, he's going to get arrested by the FBI, and then it doesn't happen. These guys don't go, why the fuck didn't this happen? They told me it was going to happen. Maybe I should, really reconsider whether this person is knowledgeable about the issues he speaks on. And it's, wait, what is happening? Is there an F? I don't see it. Like, some people experienced an F, it seems. Not on my end, though. Was there even a significant drop off? I'm just confused. Anyway. Yeah, but a refresh fixed it. Okay, nice. But once again, it's like those people don't actually turn around and go, maybe these people are not actually invested in like presenting an alternative vision for what society should look like, and are simply just like farming outrage to the best of their ability in order to get donations, in order to like get some clout off of like a popular figure that they want to tarnish the reputation of. Okay? That requires a lot of self-reflection. Recognizing that requires a lot of self-reflection. It's difficult. So instead, they just double down on the conspiracies, and the conspiracies get even more grand. Okay? Oh, he didn't get banned because he controls Twitch. Oh, he didn't go to jail because he controls the government. It's a government conspiracy. In a much larger design, this is how like the anti-Semitic conspiracies that play a formative role in developing fascist movements also work. You know, your enemy is both weak and strong, and they control the money, but they also control the media, but they also are incredibly weak and feeble, and they have to fucking be arrested and prosecuted and destroyed. None of it has to make sense. It's mostly just Palantir. It's just, who knows how the government is going to fucking use that data. That data also is not like accurate. It's an inaccurate data. It's terrifying. It'll probably be used to kick you off your healthcare coverage too. It's just a techno dystopia that we exist under. And I don't know. I don't know what to say about it other than we need good governance, and we need it yesterday.
Whole food. Well, explain to me then how.
And it's crazy because like we are literally dominated by some of the dumbest fucking baboons. Okay, like this. The reason why we did a sidestep. The reason why we're talking about this shit is because RFK Jr. is currently being grilled by Congress for the CDC shakeup that took place. And these are some of his cronies. And they're insanely dumb. And if they're not dumb, they're massive grifters. Like, they have this sinister purpose. I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. There's just every aspect of American existence is getting worse and worse. There is not a single area that I can point to say like, well, things are improving here. I guess like mobilization and people becoming more radicalized to demand more action. People becoming more radicalized and demanding more radical action from their Democrats. That's the one positive outcome of all of this.
But the point is, this administration's cancelled $1 billion in funding for schools and food banks to buy food from.
Yes, I saw. The Trump DOJ is looking at ways to ban transgender Americans for owning guns, sources say. The one time, bro. The one fucking time. The one time when these motherfuckers want to actually ban guns or do gun control is if it's like targeted specifically towards trans people. To advocate for this like culture war thing, this as a culture warrior, that you've lost the plot in its entirety. You are now hurting a better possible future. Like, what is happening?
By a government body. And that's by no means the only attack on vaccines. In June,
like rich people get cancer too, man. They would benefit from mRNA vaccine research. Like, what are we talking about? This isn't like, do you see what I mean? Like, this is for everybody, okay? Like, maybe you can, if you're super wealthy, maybe you can like cordon yourself off from some of the worst consequences. You don't send your children to like certain public schools. You send them to a school where there is a vaccine mandate or something, right? So they limit their encounters with others who have not been vaccinated and therefore have these like otherwise preventable diseases. But like, there is no rhyme or reason. There is no rhyme or reason to shut off research funding for something that could be life-saving in the future. That makes no sense.
Legal foundation for all U.S. greenhouse.
Yeah, make America healthy again. That's why we're no longer requiring vaccines for public school children in the state of Florida. What the fuck? What do you mean, man? What the hell are you talking about? It's so obviously the opposite thing that they're doing. Instead of making America healthy, they're just they're trying to make America live like fucking cavemen again, like welfare, because it's kind of like the fire department, you know what I mean? If it's not a public good, if it's not like a public service, then your house is going to catch on fire. Okay? Back in the day, it used to be private. People paid for fire insurance and there were private fire departments. But unfortunately, the people that didn't pay would end up having their houses burned down. But fire doesn't just stay in one house. It spreads. And the same goes for diseases. That's insane. How far do you want the government to get into? Some government Neuralink next? Why did you jump to a incredibly normal process that exists in every other fucking civilized country and even developing nations, as a matter of fact? Every country that cares about overall public good relies on scientific research to ensure that overall public welfare happens. And a big part of that is inoculation regimes. It's a big part of that is vaccines. Okay? That's it. You're too stupid to know it's good for you. So that's the reason why you have it. The reason why you don't die at the age of fucking 15 is because of vaccines. No, government mandates in lots of places do not exist at all to access schools. Oh my God. Brother, I don't care. It's a good thing. It should be unconditional regardless. Okay? There is no comparison between vaccines and like untested Neuralink to give the government hypothetically access into your brain, okay? maybe you could benefit from Neuralink, considering that you sound like you've been lobotomized to make this comparison. This is what I mean when I say, oh, well, how well tested are vaccines then? Have you looked at the research? Yes, they are incredibly well tested. What are you talking about? And every single point that you would, I know anti-vaxxer arguments, every single point of failure that you are going to present as a reason is unironically found through the efficient vaccine research. Of course they're fucking tested. What are you talking about, dude? We're good, but it's the parents' decision? Fuck no. Fuck no, it's the parents' decision. Shut the fuck up. Of course it's not the parents' decision. Absolutely not. You Americans are too fucking stupid, okay? God damn it, dude. I can't. It's the most American position to be like, nah, brother, it's autonomy, it's freedom. No, man. No, it's not, okay? You want to know why it's not? Because I don't think your dumb fuck parents should make this decision that is inherently anti-science, that unironically creates an environment where like your child's going to die from polio, a fucking preventable disease that has been all but eradicated. Absolutely not. No, it's not the parents' decision what children should be taught in schools either. Okay? It's not. It should be up to experts. It should be up to people who have spent their entire fucking lives trying to make sure that you're getting the best education possible. Okay? Especially when it comes to public health measures, like, the fuck do you mean parents should make that decision? Absolutely not. You're stupid. And so are your stupid fucking inbred parents. Shut up. How the fuck do we get here? How do we get here? I don't even understand. I don't understand how we got here. We're so busted, dude. We cannot have a normal society with this kind of shit. I'm in favor of the government sometimes engaging in what others would consider authoritarian, as I've said. As long as there is a democratic decision, as long as there is like, for example, this democratic decision to fucking, I don't know, fund public housing. But then they do a conference, okay? And every single goddamn NIMBY goes to that conference and yells about how I don't want no poors. It's going to disrupt the cultural attitude or the neighborhood culture by putting together public housing here. It's like, I don't care, man. People voted for us. Suck my dick, okay? Fuck you. Shut the fuck up. You are going to have a low cost or no cost alternative to that fucking housing market, and you're going to like it. I don't give a shit if you don't enjoy it, okay? You're going to get it whether you like it or not. Same with vaccines. It's good. Same with fucking healthcare. Oh, you don't want free healthcare? Sorry, sucks to suck. You're going to take it, okay? You're going to get that good, delicious free healthcare, whether you like it or not. You can be kicking and screaming the entire way, but I don't give a fuck about your perspective. Hi, I'm a victim of anti-vax parents. I didn't get vaccinated until I was 20. It should have been absolutely not my parents' choice. My mom is mentally unwell and shouldn't have been able to exempt me from my shots. Everybody loves talking about like bodily autonomy and shit like that when they're like, oh man, what about my bodily autonomy? Shut the fuck up, dude. What are you talking about? You live in a goddamn society. You don't live in a fucking cave, okay? This is part of the process. Whether you enjoy it or not, you're not going to die at the age of 10, okay? Sorry. Sucks to suck. Maybe you want to kill yourself, but I'm not going to let you, okay? That's the whole reason why life expectancy is fucking shot up. It's so goddamn stupid. Went on Chapo today and we talked about all this, and it's funny. All the Florida olds have their fucking vaccines already. I know. We're just killing the young. All the weird anti-vax people I know do Zins. I know, it's so funny. I mean, I love Zins myself, but, you know, you won't catch me fucking speaking out against modern medicine, the marvels of modern medicine, unless it's propping up some of the most evil scumbags who are on 1 HP and would have died a long-ass time ago, like Donald Trump, for example. At which point I'm like, maybe modern medicine, not so good, you know? Even a whole litany of different nonsensical bullshit.
Our agency for the next 3 years.
Senator Sanders.
Just want to pick up on Senator Warren's point. Are you telling us that the former head of CDC went to you, you asked her, are you a trustworthy person?
It's so funny, yeah. Like, remember during COVID, the richest people literally cut the line to get the vaccines, man. That's what's so crazy about it. Like, Rupert Murdoch unleashed a torrent of anti-vax commentary on his fucking, on all of his media outlets because it was good for the populist grift, okay? Meanwhile, Rupert Murdoch, I know for a fact, because I know people that work at his winery, was so unimaginably terrified of dying from COVID that he was consistently in a state of panic and isolation, okay? Constantly making sure everyone around him was getting COVID tested. He got his COVID vaccines before anybody else. Okay? These scumbags who run around, and melt the minds of your parents, your grandparents, and all these other dumb fucks that are in here are the first in line to get that goddamn vaccine. That's what's so fucked up about it.
And she said, no, I am not a trustworthy person?
She didn't say, no, I'm not a trustworthy person. She said, no.
Wow.
Giving a quote. And I asked her twice.
No, 1 second. And you're also repeating now that she is a liar, correct? What you wrote in the Wall Street Journal.
If she wrote that I fired her because she refused to sign on in advance for the ASIP committee, no, that's not accurate.
All right.
Like, when I see this level of psychosis, you know, it makes it really hard to assume we can get out of this without like some semblance of education. Like, we need like a broad education initiative. You might call it re-education, but I think it's just education. You know, these people need to learn. Like, these people are fucking, they need to be deprogrammed by like an army of social workers and like counselors and mental health therapists. Their brain is busted. Their brain is broken. What do we do? What do we fucking do?
You're calling her a liar, and I look forward to her coming before the Help Committee, maybe this committee as well. All right, Mr. Secretary, I've got a bunch of questions. Appreciate brevity in answering it. So-called beautiful bill threw 15 million Americans off of health care, substantially raised premiums, and is going to have a terrible impact on nursing homes, community health centers, rural hospitals all over America. Very briefly, is that really making America healthy again?
It's going to be the biggest infusion of federal dollars into rural health care in American history.
Yeah, you know why? Because you're cutting $150 billion for rural hospitals. You're putting $50 billion back. That's not an infusion. That's a loss of $100 billion. All right, next question. President Trump, who I don't usually agree with, called COVID vaccines, quote, one of the greatest miracles in the history of modern-day medicine that saved tens of millions of lives worldwide. Scientific community agrees with Trump.
Yeah, this is the other thing. Like, he also praised. Oh God, he praised Operation Warp Speed because Donald Trump is responsible for it, but also simultaneously, he's saying the vaccines are killing people and they're bad. And it's like, how? How can you? Okay, so Donald Trump actually is responsible for the mass murder of Americans that the vaccines killed, you know? This is the other side of the story. It is so fucking inconsistent. It is so fucking stupid. It makes no sense. This kind of conspiratorial thinking should not fall apart with surface level questioning, okay? Like, you shouldn't be able to undermine this system that you have designed with like 2 follow-up questions, okay? But that's perhaps the reason, or that's perhaps the clearest indication that like these guys still push for RFK Jr. and his way of thinking, or his lack of thinking, rather, because they didn't arrive at this conclusion through logic and critical thinking and reasoning. They arrived at this conclusion through fear and anger and resentment.
Lancet study found that it prevented almost 20 million deaths during their first year of use. Secretary Kennedy, are President Trump and the medical community right, or do you still believe that the COVID vaccine was, quote, the deadliest vaccine ever made?
Sadly, I think the only thing that will change their minds if they get sick and or die, no. I've seen it. Y'all don't remember COVID, bro. No. Immediate family members were like, nah. Have you researched what negative effects the vaccine has had on people? Yes, I have. Okay? I have. The overwhelming majority of that shit is bullshit, okay? Do vaccines, just like every other piece of medicine, have adverse side effects on some people? Absolutely. Vaccines, however, have the lowest percentage, especially because they're broadly used by virtually every fucking person. Are there allergic reactions, for example? Absolutely. Some people literally cannot get inoculated for that reason. Those people are some of the staunchest advocates for vaccines in order to maintain a herd immunity protection with mass inoculation campaigns so that they don't actually get sick and fucking die because they can't get the vaccine for that reason. You literally just like look at some random freak that wants attention and is like shaking their legs going, this is what vaccines did to me. And you go, that I believe it, because you're fearful. Okay. You're fearful. It's fear. I did my own research. Oh my God. I did my own research. Have you seen the VAERS database? Yeah, I have, dude. It says Harry Potter died of a vaccine injury. Like, what the fuck do you mean? It's literally a thing that you can just write bullshit on. This does not mean that like people can't have adverse effects. You have to weigh that likelihood. Okay? And I think a lot of people don't do that because they're too stupid. Yeah, VAERS is publicly reported by anyone without vetting. I know, it's so stupid. I can't believe there's still hella people that are anti-vax too in this community.
Oh, I didn't say that. Oh, I said that in terms of affairs reports a while ago. I said today, I think that President Trump should get the Nobel Prize.
So who's right? Is Trump in the medical community right, or are you right?
President Trump did an extraordinary piece of leadership.
Is he right or wrong? Did COVID save millions of lives?
As I said, he got Americans back to work. At that time, that particular vaccine was perfectly matched.
Why don't you make your research notes public? I don't know, man. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
The virus that was circulating then, and I have no idea how many lives it saved, but it saved quite a few.
You know, what I find a little bit weird in this discussion, I'm hearing it over and over again this morning, Mr. Chairman, is we've got the entire medical community on one side. You got the AMA representing hundreds of thousands of doctors, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Public Health Association. All of these organizations are telling us.
I didn't love the inject this undercooked vaccine into your arm or lose your job approach. Vaccines work, but they had this one out in like, what, 3 to 5 times faster than any other? That's the problem. This is, you once again arrive at, you once again go, oh, it's undercooked. This one is different. I'm pro-vaccine except for this last one. Okay, you're not new or unique in this kind of fucking hesitancy, in this kind of skepticism. This is where this is where the anti-vaxxer idea starts. Okay, you're looking for reasons as to why scientists were just like, for some reason or another, scientists were literally actively just putting out something that's going to kill people. And what's really funny about this is that every single one of these dumb fucks that said the COVID vaccine is going to kill people said that it was going to have it was going to be the Holocaust, you know, like billions of people that were inoculated were going to die any time now. You know, it's going to happen overnight. People that got inoculated were just going to simply fucking perish one day. There were people talking about how like they want purebloods, people that haven't been vaccinated. Why didn't it happen? Why has it not happened? Again, it goes back to the same bullshit where people just like make up these fucking false assertions, make up these like hallucinated alternatives. Make up these hallucinated alternatives and then alternative reality things that don't actually end up happening, but it's too late. You've already doubled down at that point.
That COVID vaccine and vaccines in general are safe and effective. You are casting doubt on that. Who are the organizations that are agreeing with you and casting aspersions on vaccines?
The primary advisors are Marty McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, Vinay Prasad.
So you got a few doctors who agree with you, and I'm giving you the
Not
names.
a few doctors. What you're talking about is there's a big difference, Senator, between established science and the scientific establishment, which has been co-opted by the pharmaceutical industry.
So you're telling the American people that the American Medical Association, representing hundreds of thousands of people, have been co-opted and that they should not trust their doctors. And the American Academy of Pediatrics, and by the way, just for the record, every single Republican, I don't mean to be political here, Mr. Chairman, has received PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. Are they all corrupt as well?
And I'm telling you, the American Heart Association has been co-opted by the food
Everybody
industry.
but you, Senator. But you know what? When you ran for president, you know, we have a corrupt campaign finance system. Maybe you will agree with me on that. Okay, you were already president, you got a billionaire behind it. You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, as I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got $3 million. Every Republican got corporate PAC money for the pharmaceutical industry. Democrats as well. Everybody is corrupt, but you? Is that what we're looking at? I don't think so. And I think the issue now...
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I think you do know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The issue is every time anyone disagrees with you...
Are you saying the pharmaceutical industry was supporting my presidential campaign?
No, I'm saying...
I don't think so.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the pharmaceutical industry is a greedy institution which is charging us the highest prices in the world. They are pervasive. But to suggest that every institution, the AMA, the pediatrics people, is corrupt because they disagree with you is an insult to the American people.
Listen, people disagree with me all the time. I have arguments in my agency, heated arguments every day with Jay Bhattacharya, with Marty McCary, with Dr. Oz.
You have given the names of a few people. I have given you the names of organizations representing hundreds of thousands of doctors and scientists. I yield, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, last November, while you were under consideration to become Secretary of Health and Human Services, Mr. Kennedy, you said, quote, If vaccines are working for somebody, I'm not going to take them away. No exceptions, no ifs, ands, or buts. You would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them.
Bro, I've never seen Bernie this heated. I've never seen Bernie this heated. My mother didn't get vaccinated. She got COVID and ended up in the hospital. She nearly died. And to this day, she still blames the hospital and the doctor, saying they didn't treat her properly. There's just no getting through to her. I spent weeks trying to persuade her, at least, to let my little brother get vaccinated. In the end, he did it without her knowing. I'm from Vienna. This isn't a U.S. problem. Well, it's certainly becoming more and more of an issue all around the world. But I think it's just like a like an ever-present issue here in America. I'm an American. Obviously, I know, American societal attitudes a lot better than I know anything else. But I will say, when you look at the data on this stuff, like, America is definitely the clear-cut winner on vaccine hesitancy. I mean, 51%, dude. We just looked at it. 51%. I feel like is worse in the U.S. than anywhere else. Half of the places where there is vaccine hesitancy is because we exported that fucking brain rot. Or we imported the brain rot, like with Andrew Wakefield. We imported the brain rot from other countries that dealt with this problem on their own, like the UK. And then we got the guy who actually did the fucking vaccine, the number one, like, anti-vaxxer, the most famous anti-vaxxer. We brought him to the United States of America, and we made him a legend, dude. It feels like there's no comparison. But I don't know, maybe I'm biased because I'm American.
Then last week, you announced that the COVID-19 vaccine is no longer approved for healthy people under the age of 65. In announcing the change, you said the vaccine will be available for anyone who wants it. Now, obviously, both things cannot be true at the same moment. So let's clear this up right now, Secretary Kennedy. Will you tell America that all adults and all children over 6 months of age are eligible to get a COVID booster at their local pharmacy today?
Anybody can get the booster.
I'm sorry?
Anybody can get it, Senator.
Anybody. So you're saying that is now the official rule of HHS. Anybody is eligible to get a booster by just walking into the pharmacy.
It's not recommended for healthy people.
No. If you don't recommend, then the consequence of that in many states is that you can't walk into a pharmacy and get one. It means insurance companies don't have to cover the $200 or so cost. As Senator Dr. Cassidy said, you are effectively denying people vaccines.
We're not going to recommend a product for which there's no clinical data for that indication. Is that what I should be doing?
What you should be doing is honoring your promise that you made when you were looking to get confirmed in this job.
You're going like this.
And that is, you promised that you would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them. You just changed the classification of the COVID vaccine.
I'm not taking them away from people, Senator.
It takes it away if you can't get it from your pharmacist.
Well, most Americans are going to be able to get it from their pharmacy for free. Most Americans will be able to get it from their pharmacy for free.
The question is everyone who wants it. That was your promise, Mr. Kennedy,
I never promised that I was going to recommend products with which there is no indication.
When you said...
And I know you've taken $855,000 from pharmaceutical companies, Senator.
Did you hold up a big sign saying that you were lying when you said that? Because you are the one who said you would not take them away. Now, Senator Kennedy,
I'm not taking them away from anybody.
Secretary,
you want me to indicate a product for which there is no clinical data?
Senator,
is that what you want?
Secretary Kennedy, you said you wouldn't, and now you did.
I'm not taking them away. Everybody can get access to them.
No, they can't walk into a pharmacy the way they could last month and get access.
It depends on the state. It depends on the states.
A year ago,
but they can still get it. Everybody can get it. Everybody can get it, Senator.
No. Because the reality of the matter is, if this kind of life-saving medication is paywalled, then no, everybody can't get it. This is at the heart of the problem. Good luck explaining this to the rest of America who are so used to for-profit health insurance.
So look, let's move on. You clearly are taking away vaccines. I've seen the list for what's coming up next, and that is the agenda for the next CDC vaccine panel. And first up is ratifying your COVID actions. Second is hepatitis B is on the agenda. So should Americans expect you to take away hepatitis vaccine access as well, even though you promised not to?
As I said, I'm not taking vaccines away from anybody.
Okay, same answer, right? You're just going to deny that when people can't get access, that you're not taking it.
Dog. You are not a random podcaster. You are directing the CDC to no longer recommend this vaccine, which means it will no longer be covered by health insurance, which means people will have to pay out of pocket for it, which means they're just not going to get it. What the hell did Olivia Nuzzi see in that guy? I mean, she's a freak on her own.
Away. Then let me ask you, is that the same game you're going to play with measles,
you want me to,
mumps,
so you want me to
rubella,
recommend
chickenpox?
every product in the world so that without any clinical trial data?
Through on your promises.
Yeah, my promise was to give.
A month ago, we could get COVID vaccines by just walking.
You can
into a
still get
pharmacy.
COVID vaccines,
you
Senator.
You are taking that away.
No, you are
So
still.
let me
You can
ask
still
you
get the
one more
COVID vaccines,
question,
and Medicare
Secretary
will still
Kennedy.
pay for them, and Medicaid will still pay
the
for
head
them.
of the CDC that if she refused to sign off on your changes to the childhood vaccine schedule, that she had to resign?
No, I told her that she had to resign because I asked her, "Are you a trustworthy person?" And she said no. So if you had an employee.
This is like a kid. Like a kid is talking. Like that's their counter narrative here. That's the argument that they're presenting. That's awesome. God damn, you literally have to have the same kind of brainworm that dipshit has to fucking agree with this, to believe that this is like a serious move.
Who told you they weren't trustworthy? Would you ask them to resign, Senator?
So I'm sorry, but this is not what she has said publicly. She has said
I'm
she
not
would
surprised about
pre-approve.
that.
So you're saying she's lying?
Yes. Every conversation I had with her, there
And
were
let me get
witnesses.
this straight. This is the same person that less than a month earlier, you stood next to her and described her as unimpeachable. And you had full confidence in her, and that you had full confidence in her scientific credentials. And in a month, she became a liar? Is
Yeah,
that what
you
you're
should
saying?
ask her what changed. And by the way, a month ago, you were voting against her. Oh, because you thought she was either incompetent, ineligible, or unsuited to the task.
I voted
Now I
against her
agree
because
with
I
you.
was afraid she was going to bend the knee to you and Donald Trump. And it looks like she didn't bend the knee, so you fired her. Look, you are putting America's babies' health at risk, America's seniors' health at risk, all Americans' health at risk, and you should resign.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here.
Mr. Secretary, in June, you fired every member. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary, may I have my time back, Mr. Chairman?
Michael Bennett.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your attention. In June.
It's Michael Bennett time. That's right. Get excited for some dynamism you've never seen in your life.
You fired every member of the well-qualified panel that was charged with recommending vaccines to the CDC. No one in your job has ever fired every committee member all at once. That month, you told the American people that you were, quote, going to bring great people onto the ACIP panel, not anti-vaxxers. Are you aware that one of the people you put on the panel, Dr. Robert Malone, claimed that the commonly used mRNA vaccine, quote, causes a form of AIDS and can damage children's, quote, brains?
Oh my God. That's a Joe Rogan guy. Oh my God. Dr. Robert Malone. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's like another one of these like COVID era massive anti-vaxxer guys. It is unfucking bearable, dude. It is maddening. These guys are real ass demons. And now they are, yeah, this is Joe Rogan occupied government.
Their heart, their immune system, and their ability to have children in the future. Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
And Dr. Malone is one of the inventors.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you, were you aware?
His claim to fame is acting like he invented the mRNA vaccine.
That he had that view when you appointed him to this panel?
Dr. Malone is one of the, as I said, Dr. Malone is one of the inventors of the mRNA vaccine, so he knows a lot more about it than I do.
Mr. Chairman, that statement is not true that Dr. Malone made, just as it wasn't true when you wrote that, quote, African AIDS is entirely different from Western AIDS. Are you aware that another one of these new members, Dr. Levy, wrote that, quote, evidence is mounting and indisputable that mRNA vaccines cause serious harm, including death, especially among young people? Yes or no? Are you aware that he said that?
I wasn't aware he said it, but I think I agree with it.
You agree with it? It's not true. It wasn't true when he said it, and it's not true when you said it. Secretary Kennedy, later this month, your new panel will meet to consider changing vaccine recommendations for American children. In addition to the COVID-19 vaccines, they are set to review recommendations for the hepatitis B vaccine, for measles, for mumps, for rubella and varicella vaccine, and the RSV vaccine. These are common back-to-school vaccinations for children all over the industrialized world. If you change that, you owe parents in Colorado and across the country the benefit of some transparency, I think. If your panel recommends changing the vaccine schedule for children, do you anticipate that fewer children will receive these common vaccinations, yes or no?
What I would say, Senator,
the obvious answer is yes. Should parents and schools of Colorado be prepared for more measles outbreaks as a result of that, Mr. Secretary?
Senator,
how about more mumps outbreaks?
I do not anticipate a change in the MMR vaccine. ACIP is an independent panel. So
well, it's a panel you just put those folks on. Far from what you said, they're people with ideas that are completely outside the mainstream.
You mean out of the pharmaceutical paradigm?
Let me just say, Mr. Secretary, all these vaccines that we're talking about today are free and accessible to parents.
I think one of the dumbest parts about like the vaccine hesitancy beyond that it's just born out of like ridiculous fears is that there is no reason for it. Like, what's the reason? Why? I hate big pharma. I hate that there is any sort of profit incentive in healthcare. Okay? It should not exist. But why? Like these guys, their answers for the why are so stupid. Like They literally think, oh no, they want to give everybody gay autism. Like, that makes no fucking sense. Why? Why do they want to give everybody gay autism? They want to kill everybody? Why? Why do they want to kill everybody? It always goes to like, oh, they want to do government control. And it's like, okay. But don't you feel like they're killing, by your own estimation? Don't you feel like they're killing the most servile people? And the only ones that will remain will rise up against the government? Also, why would they want to kill all of these people anyway? What's the purpose? It just doesn't make sense. It's literally the most limited scrutiny. Just marginal scrutiny, and everything fucking falls apart.
Today in America who have the freedom to be able to make that choice for their children. Will that be true after your handpicked panel makes their judgments about these vaccines?
I think that parents should be free to...
I know you said that before. I do too.
To make their own choices.
So will they be just as free after these?
Not a great argument, in my opinion. Why does capital not pay their fair share of profits? Wouldn't a normal business owner want to keep their servile peasants hanging on by a thread instead of condemning them to die? Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? That is literally, it is because of the capitalist incentive that I think the entire argument against vaccines is idiotic. You vaccinate your cattle. In the mind of the capital owner, the laborer is cattle, is nothing but cattle. The reason why there was an expeditious vaccine release and inoculation campaign that was all-encompassing in spite of the profit incentive was precisely so that the cattle could be fucking vaccinated and get back to work and produce super profits. That's it. It's precisely that reason that for once all of the world's like global interests aligned, which ended up helping the help boost like the overall public welfare.
I assume they will be.
I will hold you to that, Secretary Kennedy, because this is not a podcast. It is the American people's health that's on the line here. This is the last thing, by the way, our parents need when their kids are going back to school, is to have the kind of confusion and expense and scarcity that you're creating as a result of your ideology. I think it's critical for you to share the evidence that this panel will rely on. Will you give the American people 6 months or 6 weeks in advance the record that they're going to rely on to make these decisions?
I think someone unironically thought RFK Jr.'s insane breathing into the microphone was me eating and got mad at me. Notice how I'm eating right now and you're not hearing a fucking single noise? That's because there's a noise gate. It's actually RFK Jr.'s breathing that you're fucking hearing. And you're yelling at me over it.
Will you make it transparent for the American people?
All the evidence is transparent.
Will you make it in advance transparent for the American people so they can comment on it?
All the evidence is transparent for the first time in history, and you were never there complaining when the pharmaceutical companies were picking those people and then running their products through with no safety testing.
You can characterize it any way you want. I quoted them today. What I said was accurate. What you said were lies. You
Are you saying, Senator,
moving the Titanic?
Senator, are you saying that the mRNA vaccine has never been associated with myocarditis or pericarditis in teenagers?
I am simply.
Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I am simply trying to say that the people that you have put on that panel, after firing the entire.
You're evading the question.
No, I'm asking the questions here,
You're
Mr.
evading
Kennedy.
that question.
I'm asking the questions,
I
Mr.
asked
Kennedy.
you a question.
I'm asking the questions for Mr. Kennedy on behalf of parents and schools and teachers all over the United States of America who deserve.
Bro, I've never seen Michael Bennett this animated. And I'm a Bennett head, okay? I think these guys, I'm not even kidding. Normally this is theater, right? And in some respects, in the absence of any sort of initiative, any sort of change coming from the regulatory agencies, that is all this will be. But I'm not kidding when I say, the reason why these guys are this mad about it is because this is objectively insane. It's so insane that these, otherwise indecent charlatans who normally don't care about any of this shit are unironically pissed off. Which makes sense. I mean, this guy is actively undermining the public good, the social welfare of all citizens. It's psychotic. I'm sorry, you can't have a guy with complete control over the CDC be a guy who says, there's an African version of AIDS that's different, you know? And I'm not saying that because, oh my God, it's racist. It's insane. It's just not real. As many, if not all, racist statements are. This one is also not real. And it's extra crazy when the guy pushing that, the guy pushing these narratives is of anti-vaccine, anti-modern medicine kook. Oh. Like I said, what I don't fully understand is how these dipshits, how capital owners don't actually have an issue with this. Or want to actively change this outcome before it goes too far.
So much better than your leadership. That's what this conversation is about, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, they deserve the truth, and that's what we're going to give them for the first time in the history of that agency.
Senator Warner.
Mr. Secretary, I agree with a lot of my colleagues' statement. I actually had hoped, I didn't support you. I thought taking on chronic illnesses was going to be important. I've got 2 kids, as we discussed when you met, that have chronic illnesses. I'm not sure that the focus on red dye and seed oils are going to fully solve that problem.
Of course they won't.
I would say this, that seems where your emphasis is. I want to go back to just, again, some basic facts. Do you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID?
I don't know how many died.
You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You don't.
It's your job to know. What do you mean you don't know? It's crazy. I mean, I know why he's saying that, because he can't say what he truly thinks, because then people are going to be like, you're a fucking insane person. So he has to be like, I don't know how many people died.
Have any idea how many Americans died from COVID?
I don't think anybody knows that because there was so much data chaos coming out of the CDC, and there were so many perverse incentives. And these are model
You don't know the answer of how many Americans died from COVID. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent?
Yeah, he's trying to say he knows, or he knows what the official number is of the agency that he is like in charge of. He just wants to say that like they fucked up the numbers. Also, remember, RFK Jr. holds these two conflicting positions in his mind at the same time. One is probably being advocated by the worm. The other one is whatever remains of his brain. RFK Jr., one believes that COVID actually wasn't as deadly and that the CDC actually lied about the numbers in order to push a vaccine. But he also thinks COVID was an incredibly deadly bioweapon designed by Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese. So how is it that these two things can coexist at the same time? Unless you're saying like the Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese that created COVID as a bioweapon actually failed to deliver like a bioweapon that was as deadly, which from what I understand, that's not actually what his advocacy is. So
additional deaths.
Again, I would like to see the data and talk about the data.
You have had this job for 8 months, and you don't know the data about whether the vaccine saved
and
lives?
that's the problem, is that they didn't have the data. The data by the Biden administration absolutely dismal. It was data chaos.
Who is politicizing? You're saying the Biden administration politicized all the data? Go back to what Senator Cantwell just said.
They fired Dr.
Go
Krauss.
to the Trump Surgeon General.
They fired Dr. Krauss. They fired all the people who questioned the orthodoxy. They fired Dr. Gruber, Dr. Krauss,
So, Mr. Chairman, the Secretary of Health and Human Services doesn't know how many Americans died from COVID. Doesn't know if the vaccine helped prevent any deaths. And you are sitting as Secretary of Health and Human Services? How can you be that ignorant? Like, you know, I remember when we went through the hearing with you, I asked you about community health centers. You didn't know what role they play. I've been visiting community. I'm glad you got to one. I think in April. I tell you what I hear on community health centers, they are terrified, with all due respect to my good friend, the chairman, of the big awful bill.
Not to be the friend who's too woke, but like a lot of my anger and resentment certainly extends to the Democrats as well, who have allowed this unjust system of for-profit medicine and for-profit healthcare to continue without genuinely advocating for change and the eradication of profit from the field of healthcare and medicine in general. This is why there is so much skepticism. A lot of people's starting point about big pharma unironically stems from profits. They say big pharma sucks because it's all at the behest of profit. They only care about the profit. That's perhaps part of the reason why in places where there are a less obvious profit incentive in like socialized medicine structures, there's less vaccine hesitancy. That's it, though. That's where a lot of people's anger and resentment starts off at. The notion that it is anti-human that these companies are actually paywalling life-saving medicine. That is so against the human condition. That is so anti-human in general that I think it breaks people's brains when they see that. So once again, the free market capitalism has caused Americans to shoot themselves in the foot once more.
Because they are going to lose health care across the board. They already live in food deserts. They can't get to a nutritionist because Medicaid doesn't do enough reimbursement. If you're going to want Americans to get healthier, Should they have access to nutritionists? Should they have access to good science about healthy food? Absolutely. Well, then how is that going to happen with the medical?
Well, I think the problem was Democrats and the left belittled anti-vaxxers rather than respected their anxiety and addressed it. The fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. This is the lamest shit of all time, brother. Oh my Lord. I hate this. This is the same exact argument. Oh, you bullied the incels too much. That's why they became white supremacists. I get bullied all the fucking time on the internet. People say unimaginable shit about me. I don't fucking change my opinion on whether or not people deserve free healthcare. The fuck do we mean? What are we talking about? Yeah, we should have respected the insane hallucinations of a person. It's not whether the reaction is justified. Brother, what are you doing? These guys were like hallucinating an alternative dimension, and you're over here being like, no, you have to take them seriously, or else they, what, become more insane? I know. Well, it happened anyway. Tell that to a fuck ton of chatters in this community who probably had a bunch of immediate family members that got swept away with this anti-vaxxer shit. Okay? And they tried their very best. They tried their very best to try to pull them off that ledge and failed to do so. You know? No amount of like kindness or leaning into their anxieties actually helped. And I don't even know how you do it. I think you just got to shut off the misinformation faucet. My mom still takes ivermectin monthly. Oh my God. I did this with my mom, and she still thinks shit like the vax is the mark of Satan. Oh. Bro, the Democrats were literally a fucking cult during COVID. Do you remember how they'd freak the fuck out if you questioned anything from Fauci, despite the fact that he was constantly changing his statements? Brother, Dr. Fauci is a fucking epidemiologist. What do you mean? Their entire role is to go along with this delicate tightrope on the one hand, where they want to make sure that as large of a population as possible is protected, but not go so heavy-handed that simultaneously it gets out of control. Of course, it's a novel disease it's a novel disease that killed 1 million plus Americans, dude. Like, yeah, they're going to get shit wrong. What do you mean? You have to be understanding. Like, the problem here is our healthcare system, but don't act like the insanity during COVID didn't get us to this point. No, dude. No. It was frustrating. It was annoying. I understand it. I mean, look, the greatest example I always use is like, there was a point in COVID when people were like, you have to take like Clorox wipes and clean your groceries. Okay. And I was like, you know what? I'd rather fucking die. Okay. I did it one time and then I was like, nah, I'll die. I didn't make it like a pivotal part of my character and political advocacy. I just kind of kept it to myself, where I was like, yeah, I'll fucking die then. I don't care. Okay. And it turns out it was wrong anyway. But that didn't cause me to go insane mode and be like, well, I think vaccines are actually, causing people to become satanic. I did it once and I didn't even fully commit to it. And I was like, nah, I'm never doing that. Isn't that a Felix from Chapo bit? I mean, if you were in here during COVID, you've literally probably heard me talk about this, or in the process. I've literally, that was my turning point. I think multiple people can have the same shared experience. There are probably thousands of people who also had a very similar experience. It's so stupid because like that didn't cause me to go, well, I guess all of the scientists are liars and they're trying to kill people. You want to know why? Because I'm not a fucking idiot, or at least I know my limitations. I am dumb, but at least I know my fucking limitations. Okay? What do I mean by this? When scientists got stuff wrong during an unprecedented novel virus that was straight up murking people and exhausting the already limited health resources that we already had as a direct consequence of the profit incentive being the most important part of our healthcare structure, I didn't just go, well, they were wrong on this, which means they're trying to kill people. I went, well, they probably were wrong on this because they're trying to be extra careful. That's it. That's the difference. Especially pre-vaccine. Like, oh my God, especially pre-vaccine. Like, that shit was not good at all, man.
Medicaid cuts that are taking place.
There are no cuts to Medicaid.
Sir, that is an absurd. There is not a single, some of my Republican colleagues, but there is not a single study that does not, and I can tell you, I was in Franklin, Virginia a couple days ago. The rural hospital is going to close. The hospital system was so afraid they wouldn't even let me have the meeting there. But that rural hospital is going to close. And they are looking for where those folks are going to go. I mean, you're supposed to be doing health care policy, not being the doctor in residence for all of America. I hope I can just say, I'm still going to trust my doctor rather than your health advice. And obviously, Tom Cotton's going to, who knows who he's going to trust. But let me go back to policy for a couple seconds. So maybe we can lower the temperature a little bit. I got a bipartisan bill that would be a systemic fix, not a vote buying mechanism when Medicaid's getting cut, what was put in on the rural hospitals. One of the things we could do, Mr. Secretary, is make sure that the folks who work in rural hospitals get an 80% reimbursement of what folks get in more urban centers. Would you support that legislation?
Are you talking about the area wage index?
I'm talking about the area wage index and moving that up to 80%. So there is actually ability to get rural providers.
President Trump supports that, and we support.
Do you support it? You support it. Good. So you will work with us to get that passed.
Yes.
That will increase costs on both Medicaid and Medicare. So you are committed.
Worst part is that people who got COVID after getting the vaccine then said the vaccine was bullshit because the COVID didn't hit them that hard. Yeah, no shit. You took the vaccine. Yeah, it's the same principle behind people that advocate against the fucking polio vaccine. They're like, well, there's no polio. It's like, yeah, of course there's no polio because there's a fucking polio vaccine. Yeah, I know. You're talking about the unimaginable success of the marvels of modern medicine. Andrew's trying to share his perspective of Fossabot as a hater. In March 2021, Detroit was slam bad. We got told in the hospital to not wear masks in the hallways and couldn't get any gear we needed to do our jobs. We knew from the jump we were cooked regarding COVID. If we couldn't even contain it in the hospital, we knew the public would be fucked. We needed a China-style lockdown, and people act like 6 feet apart, and masking was a draconian law. It should have been even more strict, but Trump and Biden dropped the ball. I got the vax the first week. Yeah. I got the vaccine as soon as I was able to get it. Like as soon as it was my turn. I didn't even hesitate. I don't understand how people look at that and go, nah, dude, this thing that's like fucking murking people left and right and creating lifelong complications for the lucky people who don't get vented and then die. Okay, I don't want it. I don't want it to fucking choke slam my ass. Oh. And like I said, all the rich people cut the line, man. That's, oh my God, this is like giving me flashbacks to my days in lockdown, having to deal with like some of the dumbest vaccine skeptics of all time.
I appreciate that. What about Senator Wyden and I've got a bill because across America,
what about what?
Hospitals are shutting down on their OBGYN services. Try to have a baby. I don't know about in all of my other friend states, but in Southside Virginia, you can't find a hospital. Will you work with us to make sure that before OBGYN services are taken out of a rural hospital, there has to be a process and procedure?
I'm happy to work with you on that, Senator, meet with you and see if we can work with you on it. I don't know exactly what the issue is.
Well, again, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, who has said he doesn't know how many people died from COVID, doesn't know if the vaccine saved lives, doesn't understand the issue that OBGYN doctors are fleeing rural America because they can't afford it. And with the cuts that are coming up, it's going to be exponentially worse. I would invite you, sir, to come with me to a community health center in Virginia and hear what is on people's mind. They want to get healthier? Absolutely. Count me in. But they also don't want their basic health care removed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary, do you agree with me that the president deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. That was phenomenal.
Let me ask you, but you just told Senator Bennett.
So, Bill Cassidy is like yet another guy who's like a fucking Trump dick rider, so it doesn't even matter. But, you know, this is, I guess... I mean, he's a doctor, but still evil, okay? That's what happens when you are a doctor, but also still evil, as in a Republican.
That the COVID vaccine killed more people than COVID.
Wait,
that was a statement.
I did not say that.
Okay, then let me ask, because you also...
Senator, I just want to make clear, I did not say that.
We'll check the record. That's a question of fact. You also said that you were also, as lead attorney for the Children's Health Defense, you engaged in multiple lawsuits attempting to restrict access to the COVID vaccine. Again, it surprises me that you think so highly of Operation Warp Speed.
Are they all trying to get RFK to hyperventilate and pass out so they can point at him and laugh that this is the guy who thinks he can make us healthy? Yeah, that's the goal. They're trying to kill him by having him talk too much because it's clearly very difficult for him to do so. He's like, I did say warp speed is great. He needs a Nobel.
Speed, when as an attorney you attempted to restrict access. Well, let me ask.
I'm happy to explain why.
I had 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. It also surprises me because you've canceled, or HHS did, but apparently under your direction, $500 million in contracts using the mRNA vaccine platform that was critical to Operation Warp Speed. Again, an accomplishment that I think President Trump should get a Nobel Prize for. You canceled $500 million in contracts. Now,
yes, Bill Cassidy, by the way, Dr. Bill Cassidy, also voted to confirm RFK, by the way. You know, I don't know if this is a little bit of buyer's remorse here or if he's just trying to like, is he just trying to posture as like a normal human because he realized how fucking devastating this is?
I grew up in a middle-class family, so $500 million seems just to cancel. It seems like an incredible waste of money, but it also seems like a commentary upon what the president was attempting, what the president did in Operation Warp Speed, which is to create a platform by which to create vaccines. So this just seems inconsistent that you would agree with me the president deserves a tremendous amount of credit for this.
Is this a question, Senator Cassidy, or is this the speech that you don't want me to answer? Because I want to answer that question.
Please.
If it's a question.
But be tight, please.
First of all, the reason that Operation Warp Speed was genius is it did something nobody had ever been done. I don't think any president but President Trump could do it. It got the vaccine to market.
Oh, my God. That's right. That's what happened. She died so young, chat. She died so young. Fucked up. Fucked up how the vaccines took her away from us.
That was perfectly matched to the virus at that time when it was badly needed, because there was low natural immunity and there were people getting very badly injured by COVID.
So there's, wait, I don't understand. So it's good, but it's also bad. How does that work?
But be tight, please.
First of all, the reason that Operation Warp Speed was genius is it did something nobody had ever been done. I don't think any president but President Trump could do it. It got the
he expedited the murder vaccine, dude. What do you mean? What do you mean? He made sure that the vaccine that literally is murdering people, according to your statements, was brought out super fast. He did that. How does this work?
Vaccine to market that was perfectly matched to the virus at that time when it was badly needed, because there was low natural immunity and there were people getting very badly injured by COVID. But it was also brought in therapeutics like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and protocols for treatments, and there were no.
Another thing that doesn't make sense is that a completely separate company, another pharmaceutical company that makes ivermectin, had to literally come out and be like, stop buying our shit. And like, you don't do that if you're just invested in making money, right? But they straight up had to be like, please stop buying ivermectin for COVID. It doesn't work. It's not for COVID. So I guess, that pharmaceutical company is good. Or they're somehow also bad because they just didn't want you to take the dewormer.
Mandates. And then
okay, I have another question. So please, about
that's when I began litigating against President Biden's mandates.
It was good when Trump did it. It was bad when Biden did it. It's awesome. Anyway, tonight it's Harvard 2, Trump 0. We're going to be talking about how a judge ruled that Trump illegally canceled Harvard's funding, and one of the Department of Justice attorneys suing Harvard and his particular interest in Adolf Hitler. That's right. One of Donald Trump's lawyers currently taking Harvard to task for its anti-Semitism is a lover of Adolf Hitler. Interesting. I guess it takes one to know one. Like, it takes a real anti-Semite to figure out growing anti-Semitism.
Harvard 2, Trump 0. A federal judge finding the administration broke the law by freezing billions of dollars in research funding at the school in the name of fighting anti-Semitism. Now, it's the same judge who blocked Trump's ban on international students at the school in June. And she writes, quote, "We must fight against anti-Semitism, but we equally need to protect our rights, including our right to free speech. And neither goal nor needs to be sacrificed on the other." The White House says it'll immediately appeal this decision. Christine Quinn joins us at the table now. And Dan, I'm curious, what do you think about this ruling and where it heads now?
Well, look, I think as a legal matter, the judge is probably right. And we've talked about this before, actually, on this show, that the link of the funding on medical funding to anti-Semitism made no sense, right? I mean, come on, let's be honest. Of course, the funding being withheld wasn't about anti-Semitism. Their argument in court is, well, anti-Semitism is a legitimate goal to try to fix. And by the way, they may be right about anti-Semitism at Harvard, right, and Columbia, and a lot of these other Ivy League schools. You can believe that, as I do, that there was a real anti-Semitism problem going on for a while at these schools, and also believe that withholding the funding had nothing to do with that. And so that's what the judge here is saying, is that there was no nexus between those two. But there's going to be an appeal on this. I mean, look, this is just round one here. Right. I don't think sort of drawing broad conclusions about sort of what's going to happen now from this particular ruling, you know, and the Trump administration, as you know, really believes it's not over until the Supreme Court weighs in.
On any subject, frankly. But I mean, for the schools that did settle with the administration before ever even attempting to litigate, Columbia University, $221 million, Brown University, $50 million, University of Pennsylvania made some changes. There are other schools that have not settled with Trump but have had their money frozen. It does seem to indicate that there is some benefit, potentially, to just fighting and seeing where the chips fall.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's benefit in a couple of different levels. One, it's just the correct thing to do if you are an institution of higher learning, to stand up and say you're not going to be controlled by the federal government, that the First Amendment means something.
Wow.
Beyond that, there's every, reason to believe that...
Can I get a quick perma? Thank you. No. Wow. It's shocking. It turns out it's actually good to fight against the Trump administration, just on principle. Just on principle, but it turns out you can also be successful as well because they haven't been able to completely destroy the existing courts process. Wow. Let me tell you how shocked I am about this. Wow. Every single administration that caved and capitulated to the fucking ridiculous demands being made by Donald Trump are charlatans. They're cowards. Even if they were to lose, they should have still put up a fight. The fact that they obeyed in advance is insane to me.
That if you settle, the amount you're going to have to pay is going to be very significant. And it's going to be much harder, I think, to get your alumni network and other donors to rally once you've settled versus if you're fighting the good fight on behalf of the First Amendment and academic freedom. And it's interesting, further on in the judge's decision, she references that there could be, we don't know, many Jewish people who have been fired because of the potential cuts in funding, that research into conditions that affect the Jewish community.
Yeah, it's also like Jewish students were expelled in this process for being anti-Zionist. It's just so stupid. Jewish teachers were Jewish teachers had their curriculum changed because they were teaching people about genocide. It's so insane. It's just so... none of it ever made any sense. And I cannot believe that so many people just simply went along with it. And a big part of that is thanks to the Biden administration that set the fucking stage for this. They basically propped it up. They lobbed it up for the fucking Trump administration to take the alley-oop and dunk it.
More than others may be...
Because everyone needs a good Jewish doctor. Right?
And that research may be hampered, and that that withholding the funds could have a more negative impact on the Jewish community.
So let me read what the judge said. Make no mistake, Harvard rejects anti-Semitism and discrimination in all of its form.
But then others may be...
Because everyone needs a good Jewish doctor. Right?
And that research may...
I mean, the dude saying is probably Jewish, but also they're fucking boomers, man. Who gives a shit? I don't fucking care. He's
be hampered, and that withholding the funds could have a more negative impact on the Jewish community.
So let me read what the judge said. Make no mistake, Harvard rejects anti-Semitism and discrimination in all of its form. excuse me, this is what the Harvard statement says. Harvard rejects anti-Semitism and discrimination in all its forms, actively making structural reforms to eradicate anti-Semitism on campus. But rather than engage with Harvard regarding those ongoing efforts, the government announced a sweeping freeze of funding for medical, scientific, technological, and other research that had nothing at all to do with anti-Semitism. And it does raise the question of, did the administration really try, in good faith, to work with Harvard to rectify the problem, to resolve the anti-Semitism problem, or was the goal to try to get other money? First of all, money being the main goal, because Trump has said he wants a certain dollar amount.
Well, they obviously worked with other colleges to get concessions on making changes on campus that had obviously on.
This is the problem and the limitations with liberalism, by the way, in general, like an endless support for Israel, is that liberal administrations themselves made concessions on the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism, and therefore they left themselves open for tremendous amounts of attack. Because they were also invested in like purging anti-Semitism, or rather, not anti-Semitism, but anti-Israel sentiment on college campuses. And I've yet to see a single fucking serious synopsis from any mainstream institution that has looked at this with a little bit of honesty. Not a single one of these guys at the New York Times or CNN, even on this panel, not a single one of them go, hey, I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but we have to take some fucking accountability and realize that our endless, unlimited advocacy to make sure that, like, people could just, like, promote Israel when it was doing completely evil shit created this environment and allowed the Trump administration to cynically weaponize fears of anti-Semitism that were also cynically weaponized in the administration prior, maybe not to the same degree, but cynically weaponize fears of anti-Semitism and do away with funding for these institutions. That's it. You have to be truthful. You have to be honest. If you can't do anything else, you have to just say the truth. And it was so frustrating for me when the Biden administration was in charge and Israel was doing death and destruction, unlimited death and destruction. And they arrested 3,500 student protesters under the Biden administration, claiming that they were being anti-Semitic. If that is your starting point, then you don't have a lot of disagreements with Scott Jennings. There is no disagreement there with the liberal panelists and the Republican one. The Republican one is at least the Republican one is at least like trying to take the initiative to combat it. If you also believe being anti-Israel is anti-Semitic and it needs to be dealt with, then why the fuck are you complaining that Trump is dealing with it, right?
The campuses that had obviously made serious mistakes. My view is there'll be an appeal. I don't know where the legal case is going to shake out. I think.
Yeah, no, it's true. As is the case with a lot of stuff. As is the case with a lot of American politics that revolves around the left flank of the duopoly, consistently conceding to the framework of the right. That the right-wing position is more logically coherent than the liberal position. That's it. If you think that anti-Semitism is a major problem on these college campuses, then why shouldn't the Trump administration actually try to punish these places? Maybe you also don't think anti-Semitism was a huge problem on these campuses. Maybe you didn't think that at all. Maybe you just wanted the annoying students to shut the fuck up and let you love your favorite apartheid state in peace. Because allowing them to continue protesting on campus with very reasonable demands was creating this unique problem that your donors were very frustrated by. A demand for divestment was honest. It came from an honest place. Just like saying Israel is a genocidal state is an honest statement. It's just the truth. Israel's doing a genocide. Israel's an apartheid state before it even did this genocide, this version of the genocide. And the students that were trying to actively rid their institution of higher learning and its entanglements with this apartheid state, doing a genocide, were correct. They were right. But you didn't want to do it because of your own financial investments.
This has been really embarrassing for Harvard. I mean, now you have a federal judge saying anti-Semitism is intolerable. It is clear, even based solely on Harvard's own admission, that Harvard has been plagued by anti-Semitism, could have done a better job dealing with the issue. I mean, it is now widely known throughout our entire society that our nation's flagship university, perhaps formerly, was plagued by anti-Semitism.
See? Yeah, there you go. No, you deserve it. If you're a fucking libtard and you're sitting on that panel and you spent any moment leaning into this bullshit narrative, you fucking deserve to get talked down to by Scott Jennings. Because he is a fucking demon, but at least he's more morally consistent on this issue. Okay? That's it. That's it. Scumbags, all of them.
This administration was willing to call it out and fight it out. It's a fight worth having.
As you just read, Harvard acknowledged that in a very lengthy report that it created itself.
But they would never have done it if it hadn't been for
to
Trump.
your point,
They would never have admitted it if it hadn't been for
See, he's right. He's right. Liberals are too cowardly to actually take the initiative and combat anti-Semitism, unlike my big, beautiful Trump, who cares about anti-Semitism.
Trump.
That's not true.
That's not
To
true.
what you just read.
Chronologically, that's not true.
Exactly. Chronologically, factually, that's not true. What you just read indicated that yes, it is embarrassing to Harvard, but Harvard themselves acknowledged it.
I think the real embarrassment to Harvard was Harvard itself acknowledging that there was like a significant crisis of anti-Semitism on their college campuses. A real shame. Obviously, there are worse villains here. Obviously, there are significantly worse actors here. Columbia has tarnished what remains of its legacy forever. It's over. Harvard itself also capitulated to the administration early on. They restructured their Middle Eastern Studies department. That doesn't get a lot of fucking play here. They don't talk about that. When Trump made demands, Harvard first capitulated. Only after they came for the grants did Harvard actually choose to fight back. Columbia didn't even do that. Oh. So there is another institution out there that's even worse than Harvard, and that's Columbia. Okay? But it's fucking bullshit. These guys showed the world that they don't care about their students. They don't care about protecting the well-being of their students at all. Because if they did, they would have come out and said, you're being fucking ridiculous. There is a level of anti-Semitism that exists in all facets of American society. Our college campuses, by your own admission, are way more woke than the average place, okay? Than the fucking Jiffy Lube down the corner. The notion that there was a tremendous amount of increased anti-Semitism on college campuses is completely and utterly ridiculous. It is a cultivated fake narrative. The real issue on these college campuses is that Zionist groups were doxing students, harming them openly. They had doxing trucks on like October 9, 2023, plastering people's faces on college campuses for writing an editorial piece that was damn near identical to Haaretz's editorial piece. Like almost identical. People were fucking getting fired. Melissa, what's her name? Barrero? The actress that worked on Scream was fired from her upcoming Scream project, Melissa Barrera, because she posted Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar Raz Segal's piece about Israel doing a genocide on the Jewish Currents magazine. She posted a screenshot from the Jewish Currents magazine, and she got fired. And they didn't even say like she got fired for, we're parting ways in an amicable way. They openly stated that that was the reason why they were firing her, because they said that was anti-Semitic. People were fucking falling left and right. It was insane. We were there. We saw it. And liberals totally got swept away with this fucking fake panic. Fake panic whipped up. Fake hysteria whipped up with the express purpose of offering unlimited and unconditional support to the apartheid state that everyone who was familiar with its ways was aware was gearing up for a genocide. And it's not like they hid that. They said it openly. They said, we're fighting human animals. That's what the Secretary of Defense said. Defense Minister said, Yoav Galan, with an arrest warrant from the ICC, by the way, even though he freely travels to the United States of America all the time. He said, we're fighting human animals. We must shut off their food. We must shut off their water. We must shut off their electricity. That was a week after October 7. Benjamin Netanyahu said, we're fighting Amalek. We have to kill all of them, even their children. Another war criminal. There was an arrest warrant at the ICC. Then they ended up killing hundreds of journalists, medical workers, arresting doctors, torturing them, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, many of which are children. Majority are women, children, and the elderly, the overwhelming majority. And we're still in it. And the liberals got us here. The liberals who refused to reckon with that reality got us here. There were many brave people along the way that spoke out, that put their career on the line. Many people lost their careers because they exhibited the bravery. They exhibited the courage of knowing right from wrong. And here we are. People like Aaron Bushnell paid the ultimate price. It's incredible, man. U.S. lawmakers are aiming to ban arms sales to Turkey with a series of new amendments in the 2026 National Defense Authorization Act. Huh. Okay.
Created an entire report to try to figure out what to do about it. And the question, again, for the Trump administration is, are they really serious on the anti-Semitism piece? And if they were,
I can assure you.
Would they not be serious about wanting to fix the problem rather than get a dollar amount out of Harvard?
It's amazing to me that we're cheerleading for Harvard, standing up to the Trump administration, but we're not saying that they should have done that to anti-Semitism when it was rampant on their campuses, to the point where Jewish students had to sue the university. So it's like, we're going to stand up to Donald Trump. We're going to.
Like, I need someone to say with their whole ass chest that, like, your fucking hysterical posturing doesn't change the reality of this genocide. Anytime I hear a motherfucker chirp like this, I want to be like, answer my question. Do you think Israel's an apartheid state, or do you disagree with every human rights organization and the UN? Answer my question. Do you think Israel is doing a genocide, or do you disagree with every human rights organization and the UN and also every fucking genocide scholar pretty much? Why should I listen to your hysterical posturing when it's very obviously done at the behest of defending an apartheid state's genocidal campaign of ethnic cleansing? Nobody ever seems to say this. Nobody ever seems to ask this question, because that's precisely what this is. Like I said, people are not stupid, okay? People have the capacity to see right from wrong. There's only so much posturing that works. Americans also have a tendency to hate smarmy, entitled, woke scolds. And that's like the biggest weapon that Israel defenders have, is just constantly fucking crying to the manager, constantly looking to fire someone, constantly looking to silence their opposition by saying like, you're anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up.
We're going to fight. By the way, I'm going to make a prediction. Donald Trump's going to win this one. It's going to be a win for him. It will be appealed. He will win. But again, you go back to Harvard's sin. The sin was they created a university and an atmosphere where Jewish students did not feel safe to the point where they had to sue. Now we have a judge saying that this is a place that was not safe for Jewish students. And people are like, well, at least Harvard.
And I mean this when I say this, and I've repeated it before. While this is untrue, if every single Jewish student was like, I love Israel, it's a very important part of my identity, which it's not even the case, right? But even if it was, these people that were saying, fuck you for being pro-Israel would still be right. Okay? It doesn't matter. You can package that with any kind of ism. You can say it's anti-Semitism. You can say it's scary. You can say it's hurting people's feelings. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. You're just crying. And we have somehow decided that your tears, your fake tears, your crocodile tears, is more important and more impactful than the truth. It's more important and more impactful than all of the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that have been killed so far by the state that you have to defend. I don't give a shit if it's a significant part of your existence, a significant part of your identity. Okay, that's your problem. You got to deal with that, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? I don't give a shit about your fucking feelings. It's a genocide. Suck my dick. What the fuck is this? And it's such a laughable notion, too. The idea that Jewish students felt unsafe at fucking Harvard. I'm sorry. Or unsafe in New York City at Columbia University. It is a laughable idea. Okay? It couldn't be further from the fucking truth. It is the most patently absurd, nonsensical fucking statement I have ever heard in my entire life, dude. What the fuck do you mean? It's like white people saying, I'm unsafe at like James Madison University. Excuse me, as a white Christian, I feel unsafe. The fuck are you talking about? It's too woke. These campuses are too woke. I feel unsafe. As a white Christian, honest, God-fearing man, I'm terrified at JMU campus. What the fuck? At Liberty University campus has gone too woke.
No one is saying that anti-Semitism is okay. And Harvard itself
But we're
has
overlooking it because we're standing up to Trump.
Absolutely not. Absolutely. The judge herself
You
has
said
said...
a second ago, I'm glad they're standing up to Trump.
I am glad they are.
Why
and
not?
I'm
glad
also
that Harvard has been reprimanded because they
I am
put
also
kids'
glad that
lives at risk at Harvard.
I'm also glad that there is a plan for promulgated by Harvard.
I don't think you guys are talking about both. You're talking about one.
I just started.
We're in the middle of
okay. But she's saying it's about
I was asked a question and
Often
I
at this
answered.
table, a failure to hold multiple ideas at the in our minds at the same time.
Oh, they do say shit like that. I live in VA. Some white dude said that at a party I was at. Yeah, but nobody takes that seriously, is my point. At least until now. This administration might start taking that sincerely as well. But do you see what I mean? When someone says, oh, I'm a Jewish student and I love Israel and I feel unsafe that people are saying Israel is a genocidal state or is a Nazi state, okay? I feel unsafe. People go, oh my God, do you feel unsafe? We should kill every student that has hurt your feelings. We should arrest them. We should jail them. We should expel them. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you feel that way. When a fucking white Christian, when like a Republican Mormon guy at BYU turns around and says, I feel unsafe. I can't practice my religion any longer. BYU is too woke. You would laugh at that person. You'd be like, shut the fuck up, dude. The fuck do you mean? Go soak your girlfriend, dipshit. The fuck are you talking about? Oh, you feel unsafe? We got to deport these people. Suck my dick. Like, the situation with Israel's genocide is such a clear-cut, severe wrong that it's like even the like real instances of anti-Semitism are not enough to make up for this like fucking moral wrong. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what do you mean? Oh, there's anti-Semitism. Okay, what do you want me to do? Shut the fuck up about Israel slaughtering children? Get the fuck out of here. It's ridiculous. It is completely ridiculous. As I've said before, the reason why you hate anti-Semitism, the reason why you hate all manner of bigotry is because that kind of dehumanization can lead to the type of violence that Israel is doing to the Palestinians right now. What the fuck are we talking about? That's real violence. That's not hypothetical violence in the future, or that's not real violence that took place against Jews in the past. That's real violence happening right now. Okay? You can't say, oh, I feel unsafe. Hypothetically, some violence might come my way for defending the fucking genocidal apartheid state right now as a mechanism to defend Israel. Like, that's ridiculous.
Is the reason that we end up in these back and forths. But it is possible to say Harvard was wrong. And also, as the judge has said, you cannot try to rectify that by stomping on other rights.
Harvard just made a deal like the other universities did. But the problem is, what happens when those? One quick point. So they made deals, right? What happens when there's another anti-Semitic incident now on one of those campuses?
Then actually deal with it.
Oh, no,
brush it under the rug like Harvard did.
No.
But
you know what else is going to happen? There's going to be another threat.
Right.
You're going down a dangerous road with these deals.
You don't allow for anti-Semitism.
Right. No, I agree. But you were making.
Then you don't have to worry about that.
But you're making the point that each school was smart to make the deal.
Yeah.
And as a practical matter, in a short term, they were, but long term, I don't know because they can't control
leadership. I gotta let Nina have a word here. Go ahead.
No, I mean, Abby, your point is well taken. More than one thing can be true at the same time, and we just got to accept that.
Right.
And the judge made a ruling, so legally, the Trump administration will get a chance to appeal, and I agree with that.
Queen's Bodega named Gaza Deli and Grill ignites fear among Jewish New Yorkers, including October 7th survivor. I'm still not safe. Then fuck off. Okay, then fuck off. Leave the country. Okay, go back to Israel. The fuck do you mean you feel unsafe? Oh my God, the mere mention of Gaza. Like, this is what I mean. You're just a fucking racist, dude. What are you talking about? It's like when racist white people, like Klansmen, being like, well, there's black people around and that makes me feel unsafe. Okay, that's a you problem. That's a fucking you problem. You got to deal with that. You should be ashamed to openly. You should be ashamed to openly. What the fuck is this Substack, bro? Hey, you get mentioned in the first phrase, dude. Perma. Substack for some fucking trot, I think. I don't know. Saying communists must move beyond Cold War campism and return to revolutionary and internationalist anti-imperialism. And then it's a Substack article that mentions me in the most like cynical, idiotic framework. While I'm in the process of talking about some other shit. Oh my Lord, dude. That's crazy. We've moved beyond, bro, we've moved beyond like slop tubers. Now we're doing random fucking slop substackers. Oh my God. Why'd you permit them, Hasan? I'd be so uncharitable. Take a week off. Oh my God, what's next, bro? Hey man, my goat, someone tweeted at you. It's got 3 likes. You have to look at it. It's just random sock account, but you have to look at it. You need to. Anyway. This is no different than a racist white supremacist saying, it scares me that black people are able to drink from the same water fountain, and it should be treated as such. So much of the pro-Israel fake hysteria, the cynical weaponization of anti-Semitism, comes from just straightforward anti-Arab, anti-Muslim sentiment, okay? It's just hatred through and through. And yet, we have, for far too long, allowed this kind of sentiment to continue as though it's a sincere request. Okay? When a Christian nationalist person turns around and says, it scares me that there are black people around me, you don't actually take that shit seriously. You go, shut the fuck up, you're racist. Suck my dick. But when someone goes, I'm Jewish and I am fearful as a Jew that Muslims are scary. They're using Muslim words. They're doing this. They're doing that. It scares me as a Jew. You're like, we just have to go, oh, okay, sorry. Oh, if it scares you, what can I do, my king? Like, what do you mean? You're just a fucking racist. I don't give a shit if you're a Jewish racist or a Christian nationalist racist. You know what I mean? The fuck? You're an ultra-Zionist and also a racist. No, ultra-Zionism is racism anyway. What is this? You've been getting pissed off at white America expressing empathy for Palestinians? What? What?
And as it goes up the chain, we will see what happens.
You can criticize the Trump administration. You spent the whole campaign criticizing Democrats. You put the Republicans in power. Self-hating Quebecois. First of all, you're Canadian. Okay? So see yourself out of this conversation. Number two, if the campaign actually listened to my very reasonable criticisms that literally ended up, actually, as I said it would, causing the campaign to lose to Donald Trump twice now, okay? The expectation from you is that I should have shut the fuck up and lied and said, and told you a lie. That's it. You want me to lie to you. You want me to go, hey, everything that I'm seeing that this campaign is doing that's wrong, that's going to inevitably lead to the demise of the Democrats, I'm just going to fucking lie to you about. I'm going to tell you, nah, it's actually awesome that Kamala Harris said she's a small business. That's great. It's bait? Okay, take a week off.
But to a hammer, everything is a nail. And so I do not necessarily believe that the president, through his actions on this issue, really tried to work this out without penalty first. He went in to penalize first instead of saying, let's take care of this and get this right. I'm glad that Harvard admitted it, working to rectify it. Discrimination, racism, bigotry of any form should not be tolerated on any campus.
Why did this film break?
So, Voice of Hind Rajab has been produced by, I think, like Joaquin Phoenix and a bunch of other people. And it's making its rounds through the awards circuit. Okay? And as a part of this, it was at the Venice Film Festival. And in the aftermath of the Venice Film Festival showing, there was a 23-minute standing ovation. Okay? There's a 23-minute standing ovation. Now, it's being produced by like Hollywood legends, right? And on the one hand, I feel like this is offering some semblance of justice for Hind Rajab, who was assassinated by Israel in her parents' car, and then the Palestinian Red Crescent medical team that tried to reach her were also killed in the process. And there's a 23-minute phone call that took place between Hind Rajab and the Palestinian Red Crescent. And now Hollywood has made this fucking movie. And on the one hand, I think like, this kind of tearjerker is good for broad awareness, I suspect. But I feel conflicted. Or, oh, sorry, it was a 3-hour phone call. 23 minutes was a standing ovation length. Yeah. I fucked it up. Anyway. I think there is something about this process that like I feel very icky about. There's something about this process that I feel conflicted on. I said conflicted on the Hind Rajab movie standing ovation. It feels like a socialist German filmmaker making a movie about Auschwitz while the gas chambers are still running. Important for awareness, but Israel still genociding children like Hind with impunity every day. We must stop it. And I don't want to be the friend who's too woke, because I do see the benefit of this, right? I do see the silver lining, because like, after all, what do? I mean, I try to do awareness every single fucking day. And and this is supposed to be a multifaceted approach, if you're an artist, you use your art to try to get people on board. If you're a movie maker, you use your movie to try to get people on board. But at the same time, I feel like this is still ongoing. Like, this is still fucking ongoing. Like, the people in that room, the people who played a role in making this, they could be making a bigger fuss, I feel like. Like, George Clooney should be on television being like, yo, Israel is a genocidal apartheid state. The fuck are we doing? Politicians need to stop with this nonsense. I know it's to get more awareness, chatters. I understand. I'm not saying it's bad that they made the movie. Here's what BM said. I really hate you said. Of course, it's great that the voice of Hind Rajab receives such a sympathetic and warm public response, but am I the only one who can't help but be bothered by the insane dissonance when watching this video? Precious little Hind Rajab was brutally murdered in a destroyed city, being bombed and intentionally starved, right before the eyes of a complicit idle world. This isn't history. It's still happening right now. Every day, there are dozens of Hind Rajabs in Gaza being butchered in their decimated millennia-old home simply for being Palestinian. Meanwhile, in Venice, although it could have been LA, Tokyo, Amman, or even fucking Tel Aviv, wealthy, influential people are wearing their fancy suits, indulging in an extravagant event, being served cocktails and hors d'oeuvres by working-class waiters, and having an evening of culture and entertainment while watching poor Hind's story. Venice is just 2,500 kilometers away from Gaza, a mere 4-hour flight from the Tel Aviv airport, named after the orchestrator of the 1948 Nakba. Yet it feels like a whole different world, a spoiled and content world, who takes just a moment in the middle of this indulgent celebration to shed a tear and give a standing ovation in honor of a little girl murdered in a Holocaust that is still being carried out in full force. Their teardrops on their $1,000 iron suit, while at the same time, 4 hours away, another Hind Rajab is being murdered in a destroyed city, bombed and starved to death. And those who brutally murder those thousands of Hind Rajabs are still considered allies in Venice, in Italy, in Europe, and in the entire West. Hell, there must have been some Israelis in that audience last night, some modern-day Nazis who came to watch a film about Auschwitz while the showers are on and the crematoriums are working at full capacity. That was so moving, they'll tell their date, while waiting for a taxi to take them back to their fancy hotels. Got to get some hours of shut-eye. Breakfast buffet opens at 7. Anyways, congratulations to the creators of this important movie. I sincerely hope it drives some viewers into real action. So that's I mean, this is kind of how I feel about it too. Like, I am conflicted on this, because not only are there still tens of thousands of Hind Rajabs that are waiting to be saved, okay? There are hundreds of them that get slaughtered every day with impunity. Okay? This is not something that happened in the past that is important for people to understand. This is something that is ongoing. So if all this amounts to, in the aftermath of watching this movie, if all that amounts to is, oh, I felt so sad, and then that's it, then this is an abject failure. It's exploitation, as a matter of fact. We need this to compel people to take action, powerful people to take action. Do you see what I mean? Because this is still happening. It's still happening. Like, I'm not disparaging the people that also put their careers in jeopardy for putting this out there. Okay? I'm not. I understand the power that propaganda holds. I myself do this every day. If I didn't think that this was a medium that could change people's minds, then I wouldn't be doing this. But unlike many of those people in that room, I will say, I do everything in my power every single fucking day. And I know many of you in here do as well, to move the needle in the right direction. So I hope that the people that played a role in this, Joaquin Phoenix and all these other people, and it's great that they're doing this. Like, I hope that they do more, and I hope they compel others to do more. You know? There's this concept scholar, Robert Fowler, calls interpassivity. He gives an example of WALL-E. When you watch WALL-E, it does your capitalist resistance for you. Wait, is it effing again? What's happening? Not on my end. When you watch WALL-E, it does your capitalist resistance for you. I think your content is the opposite of that. And it seems like maybe this movie encourages interpassivity. Is doing the anti-apartheid for you. By the way, I got this idea from the OG Mark Fisher in his capitalist realism novel. Delay is bad. I don't have any Fs. It didn't happen on my end, and I don't know why it happened on yours. As a Palestinian, I tell you, we need all actions and awareness. The creative class expresses it this way. I take it. Political pressure needs to continue along with art, sports, and all other areas too. Every little counts. No, I agree. I do. I agree with that. That's why I'm not like saying this fucking sucks. Why did they make this? Right? I'm not saying that at all. I hope that this causes people to move, and it urges people, it gets people to recognize the seriousness, the humanity of the Palestinians, and the seriousness of the severity of the violence that they're experiencing.
The record for the longest standing ovation at nearly 24 minutes. And who is it about? The film, The Voice of Hind Rajab, premiered at the Venice Film Festival on Wednesday. It tells the story of Hind Rajab, the 5-year-old Palestinian child who became a symbol of Israel's atrocities in Gaza. Her story began on January 29, 2024, when Israel's military told residents of Gaza City to evacuate immediately. So Hind's family got in a car and began to drive north. But a few hundred meters later, they stopped. Hind's 15-year-old cousin Leanne called her uncle to tell him they were surrounded and Israel's army had opened fire on the car, killing everyone inside apart from her and Hind. The Palestinian Red Crescent Society, or PRCS, made contact with Leanne that afternoon.
الو مرحبا. انتوا متخبيين؟
في السيارة احنا زميلك بالضعبة.
انتوا جوا السيارة؟ الو؟ الو؟
62 gunshots could be heard over just 6 seconds as Leanne screamed for her life, and the call ended in just under a minute. The PRCS called back immediately and Hind picked up.
ميتين؟ وهم هلا معك بالسيارة؟ هي جاية عليكي من قدام السيارة الدبابة؟ قريب كتير؟ كتير وعم تمشي؟ طيب ما بدنا نخاف. نحكي معي. أنا معك يا عمري.
The Red Crescent got permission from Israel's defense ministry to send an ambulance to try rescue Hind, but as the ambulance turned onto Hind Street, explosions were heard.
So, for the record, like, here are the things that are important, right? 1, the film was made in collaboration with Hind's mother, Wassam, the Palestinian. Watermelon Pictures, Alana Hadid's joint. Wide, it's my internet. It's my internet. Wait, it just disconnected. Wait, what the hell is going on? Yeah. Wait, it's all of Twitch? It's back, but then it goes out again. It happened to everyone? Move to Missouri. No thanks. Hopefully also going to be back. Let's see. That was fucking strange. That was very strange. Dude, it's crazy. I don't know what the fuck just happened. You and Iron Mouse? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what just took place. Yeah, not site-wide. Seems to be Toolkit. Well, why is it back then? I hate this shit, dude. It's so fucking annoying. It was not all of Twitch. I'm lurking a couple gamers and their streams were fine. I mean, a lot of big streamers went down, I guess. How can you have such fucking shit internet in the USA? A question I ask myself all the time, my friend. Are we delayed? No. Are you good? No, I'm not good. We went from fucking 30K to 17K with on a moment's notice. The fuck am I doing? People just leave as soon as it. I mean, I can't fault them. They just think like it's over. I don't know if it's a Twitch related issue. Oh no, your bots are gone? Yeah, that's what happened. No, dumbass. If I had bots, they wouldn't go away. I literally wouldn't actually lose any viewers if it was bots, dummy. We do know it's clearly Twitch. You're just worried about your historic tech issues. Is a massively widespread issue, even if a few regions stayed up. This kind of stuff is so discouraging, man. I get so fucking frustrated. It's IRL Toolkit. Kai was down, but some people were still going. I think so. It could be IRL Toolkit. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Ugh. It's fine now, I think. Might be worth it to hire/contract someone to help you troubleshoot. I already have someone. It doesn't matter. I already have people that are working in real time. I have the IRL Toolkit. I have people over at Twitch side. I have someone in the house with me right now. You guys, all of your suggestions are things that I have addressed. Anyway, the thing that I was saying about this particular movie is that it's being done with Watermelon Co., Watermelon Pictures. So that's a good thing. The film was made in collaboration with Hind's mother, Wassam, the Palestine Red Crescent Society, and a cast of dedicated Palestinian actors, set entirely in the Red Crescent control room where Hind's final call was heard. Her voice anchors the story in reality. Out of respect, Hind is not portrayed on screen, yet her presence resonates in every frame. May Hind's story change us forever, an echo throughout history. So the people who made it are actually, or the people who are responsible for distributing it are actually good. It's, like I said, it's Alana Hadid, friend of the show. She's Palestinian. It's Watermelon Co. So, like, I think it's being done in an ethical manner. So that's good. The other issue, of course, is that there are still people from Hind's immediate family that are still stuck in Gaza. But I think ultimately, like, this gives me confidence. This gives me confidence that it's being conducted in the most ethical way. It's just that I really, really fucking hope that people, when they see it, don't just go, I really hope that this, why be critical of this film and not the one that won the Academy Award? Wait, what do you mean? I'm not critical of this film either. I'm critical of the audience reception. Also, what the fuck do you mean? The people that made No Other Land are literally also straight up Palestinians with their own fucking phone cameras. And Israel ended up executing one of the people that played a formative role in the filming. An Israeli settler literally killed someone that made the movie. I'm simply stating that while this is, like, I already said this. I told you, like, broad awareness initiatives is incredibly important. And the reason why I feel conflicted about it is because on the one hand, I participate in broad awareness initiatives as well. On the other hand, obviously, if this movie was like silly to make, then it means everything that I've done so far is also silly and there's not warranted at all. It's completely powerless. I guess the only reason why I feel this way is because, like, you got Joaquin Phoenix and like George Clooney, like actually fucking incredibly famous people associated with the project. The movie itself is not the issue. Do you see what I mean? The movie itself is not the problem. And BM says, okay, you hugged, you cried, you clapped, that's great. But now it's time to honor the memory of Hind and cut any and all ties with Israel and Zionists. That's straight up. That's it. And I know I don't have to say, I know I don't have to say that about, like, Alana Hadid or any number of different people that work at Watermelon Pictures. Obviously, they already have done that. But my expectation, I hope, is not that these guys just, like, simply put their name with this. Simply associate themselves with this project as, like, executive producers, but go beyond that and demand change within Hollywood, because these people are real movers and shakers in Hollywood as well. Do you see what I mean?
And the line dropped. The paramedics were no longer responding. Hind was still on the call, alone and surrounded by the dead bodies of her family members. It was beginning to get dark. The Red Crescent had gotten her mother on the phone. They all did what they could to get her to keep talking, but she began to fall silent for long periods of time. When they asked why she wasn't speaking, she said, "Every time I talk, blood comes out of my mouth and makes my clothes dirty, and I don't want my mum to have to clean it." They told her to stay in the car where they could find her, and that if night comes and they still haven't arrived, she should close her eyes so she doesn't see the tanks. The call broke off shortly after. They tried to call again and again, but no one answered. No one could reach the area for nearly 2 weeks. Once they did, they saw the Red Crescent ambulance that had come to try rescue her was a burned out shell, with almost nothing remaining of the paramedics' bodies. Further up the street, the door and parts of the hood from Hind's car had been torn off. The windows were blown out and it was covered in bullet holes. A total of 335 bullets had been fired at the car. The body of Hind's uncle was still dangling from the driver's seat. The car smelled of decomposing corpses from the dead bodies of the 5 children piled together in the back seat. The family was buried together outside Al-Shifa Hospital, and their murder became a rallying cry for activists around the world. Students raised awareness about Hind on university campuses worldwide, and the Hind Rajab Foundation was set up to prosecute Israeli soldiers accused of war crimes internationally. When Tunisian filmmaker Kauthar Ben Hania heard the audio recording of Hind, she decided to drop everything and make the film, saying, "I cannot accept a world where a child calls for help and no one comes." She got the full 70-minute audio from the Red Crescent and testimonies from Hind's mother and others who had been over the phone, reconstructing the story. Once it was underway, names like Brad Pitt, Joaquin Phoenix, Rooney Mara, Jonathan Glazer, and Alfonso Cuarón signed on as executive producers. It was then nominated for the Golden Lion, the highest prize given to films at the Venice Film Festival, to mark important contributions to cinema. In a time where people are constantly exposed to short bursts of violence and suffering online, Benhania focused on the retelling of violence through Hind's voice rather than video. In this way, she said, cinema can preserve a memory and cinema can resist amnesia. The movie, a simple story about a child being trapped alone and no one coming to rescue her, may do exactly that.
Along this remote mountain track is a key to understand.
It's not just cinema, though. It's something that's actively happening right now. No, like I said, everyone, it takes a village. Everyone has a role to play in this. If you're an artist, you use your art to communicate and create broad awareness. If you're a movie maker, you use that. The only reason why I feel kind of conflicted is because, like, this is just an ongoing incident. Like, this is an ongoing issue. This is an ongoing genocide. You know what I mean? It's still happening. It's not something in the rear view mirror.
Standing.
I don't know. All right. Zohran Mamdani was on Chris Hayes, friend of the show, two friends of the show, talking to one another, chopping it up.
Today, multiple outlets are reporting that Donald Trump is attempting to tip the scales of New York City's mayoral election by offering some of the candidates jobs in the administration in order to help Andrew Cuomo defeat Zohran Mamdani. Ever since the 33-year-old Mamdani won the Democratic primary in June, the Fox News viewer, who is our president, has been taking a special interest in the New York City race.
If a communist gets elected to run New York, it can never be the same, but we have tremendous power at the White House to run places when we have to. You have a lot of crooked things going on in New York. We're going to straighten out New York. Maybe we're going to have to straighten it out from Washington.
Now, the New York Times is reporting that advisors to Trump are trying to induce the current incumbent mayor, Eric Adams, to leave the race by dangling an administration job for him. Quote, the talks have also involved finding a possible place in the administration for the Republican candidate, Curtis Sliwa. Citing three people with knowledge of the discussions, the Times reports the goal would be to give former Governor Andrew Cuomo a better chance of defeating Mamdani in November's general election. Politico reports Adams has been offered a position at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, according to a person with direct knowledge of the offer, and that the mayor met with the president's team during his visit this Monday, to Florida. A spokesperson for the Eric Adams campaign said Mayor Adams has not met with Donald Trump. He is not dropping out of the race. But it would not be the first time Trump has used Adams to influence New York City politics, of course. You'll remember, shortly after taking office, Trump's Department of Justice dropped corruption charges against the mayor in exchange for Trump-favored immigration policies and cooperation from the mayor for them. That move prompted the resignation of over half a dozen prosecutors in both Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office and Main Justice, including the acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District. Joining me now to respond to all this news on a very busy day is the Democratic candidate for New York City Mayor, Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani. It's good to have you here. Nice to meet you in person for the first time.
Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
So what do you think about all this?
I think it's outrageous. And I think oftentimes in a race such as this, it's tempting to think of this solely in the question of how does this impact the race? But this is an affront to our city's democracy. This is an affront to the values that make so many of us proud to be Americans, that we could choose our own leaders, not that our leaders pick themselves or their friends. And we're seeing in this time when Donald Trump has taken snap from hungry New Yorkers, has passed legislation that would throw millions of New Yorkers off their health insurance, that we have Democrats in Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams working with this administration to try and subvert the will of Democratic primary voters right here in New York City.
Is there a Democratic argument that there's some problem with this split field of 4 candidates that ends up with a person being the mayor of the city with 40% of the vote? Like, is there, because we have, we had the ranked choice voting in the primary, which I think is an important thing. You've now got this very weird situation where the next mayor might win 35, 40% of the vote. And there's a question about what that would mean for that mayor's representative ability in the city.
I don't think any of those questions are motivating Donald Trump or
that's fair.
Thinking about the actions that they take. And I think that if this was just a question of, am I going to face 3 candidates or 1 candidate, I wouldn't have concerns. I'm just as confident of beating Andrew Cuomo today as I was yesterday. My concern, however, is what these so-called leaders are willing to give up in the name of securing power. That is why so many New Yorkers are turned off by our politics, because they see no relevance of their struggles in the conversations that are taking place.
There's reporting over the summer that there's a phone call between Donald Trump and Andrew Cuomo, previously undisclosed, reported by the Times August 6th, that Trump spoke about the race directly with Cuomo, an old associate and foil, according to 3 people briefed on the call who are not authorized to discuss it. Andrew Cuomo denies that they talked about the race. Is your read on this situation that
if it's Zoran Sliwa and Cuomo in the race, will he still win? Yes. Look, I don't want to say that it's a given. It's a 100. % certainty. Nothing is, but he's looking pretty good right now. It's Zoran's race to lose. Am I effing again? Fuck. What is happening? This time it's Twitch side. Uh-oh. I'm still here. I don't know what's going on. Oh, so it's probably a toolkit issue. No, I'm not gonna do it. Ay. Oh God, IRL toolkit is getting fucking ass blasted again, which is really shitty because tomorrow I do. I did that so there's no delay. Okay. Tomorrow I have a collab with Miguel. It's supposed to be tomorrow with LA Taco and Miguel. So I'm annoyed that if IRL Toolkit is busted again because it's getting like DDoSed again. Restart your router. Man, shut the fuck up. It's not my router. Oh my God. It's a mediator that I use. It's like a cloud server that I use that is supposed to be a fucking failsafe for my stream dropping off. If there's any sort of issues on this side, I use the cloud server to like connect it to a different source of internet. It's not about my router. Probably better to not explain that sort of stuff. No, people who are fucking attacking IRL Toolkit already know what they're doing. They see it. There's no getting around it. You can't just like hide that you're getting the service that you're using is getting DDoSed. That's the reason why Hasan the Whiner. That's the reason why Kai Cenat's dropping off too. 19-month subscriber banned. Permit. Have fun. Yeah, they're just going to fucking... they're going to go crazy on that shit until the Kai stream is over, pretty much. And it's crazy because it cooks every other streamer that uses the same servers. Well, not the same servers, but like the same structure.
Trump is pulling for Cuomo. Absolutely. And I think Trump is making that very clear that this is his choice for mayor of New York City. It's Andrew Cuomo. And he's willing to use every single tool and tactic at his disposal to try and assist Andrew Cuomo in that same pursuit. And what we're seeing right now is to offer and consider positions for two candidates in this race to try and make this one-on-one. It shows just how threatened he is by what our administration would be, which is a fulfillment of the thing that he ran on but has since betrayed, which is a promise of a more affordable life for Americans. You know, for people that are watching this that consider themselves, you know, Democrats are sort of in the big tent, right? And say they're in the big anti-Trump coalition, okay? And you know, they've known Andrew Cuomo as a known quantity for a long time. And there's a feeling right now as they watch sort of Governor Pritzker in Illinois and Governor Newsom and, you know, mayors in Chicago and D.C. and Baltimore deal with this sort of Godzilla-like figure, right, who's sort of wreaking havoc all over the places, that we need someone who's strong, who's experienced, who can go toe-to-toe, who maybe is kind of a tough guy. And this Zohran Mamdani seems like a nice guy. You know, he seems charming. He's 33 years old. Like,
why is Trump backing Cuomo instead of Sliwa? Election viability. If they get Sliwa out, who is the designated Republican on the Republican ticket, then he can push all the Republicans to vote for Cuomo. That's his only shot at possibly ensuring that Zohran doesn't win. Sliwa is not going to win, obviously. He never has. But Andrew Cuomo at least is like has enough name recognition from like people that have voted in New York that he could potentially put together like a coalition of Republican voters and like Andrew Cuomo knowers to maybe ensure that Zohran doesn't win. Having said that, still very difficult. Yeah. Advisor President Trump have discussed the possibility of giving Mayor Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa positions in the admin to clear the field and damage the chances of Zohran Mamdani. Worth considering what the point of this is. If Mamdani winning would be such an asset for the right, why are they trying to get him to lose? A sincere concern for the well-being of New York? A genuine fear that Mamdani will topple capitalism in the city? Do these seem plausible? Why are they so worried? Why are the Democrats so worried about Mamdani winning? If the Republicans are this worried about Mamdani winning, why the fuck are the Democrats so worried about it? Why are the Republicans so scared? Now, Osito is joking when he says, is this a sincere concern for the well-being of New York or a genuine fear that Mamdani will topple capitalism in the city? No. It's because if you give socialists an ounce of control and power, it will unfortunately spark a light under the asses of every American that will look to this and go, wait a minute, there is actually an alternative. There are people who call themselves socialists who happen to be in favor of like real modest social democratic reforms and will fight for it tooth and nail. Why doesn't my local politician do that? That's what the Democrats are afraid of. Well, some are not. Some actually do think that this is good for the party. But others are genuinely afraid of that. Republicans, on the other hand, are afraid that if this kind of populist momentum actually happens within the base of the Democratic Party, that then causes the Democrats to reflect on and by force change the trajectory of the party's policy platform, then all of a sudden Republicans are in big trouble because now they actually have to fucking get way more creative. They actually have to legislate. They actually have to concede on some of the anti-capitalist, the real anti-capitalist policies that might be getting implemented. That's it. That's it. Because as I've said over and over again, if Democrats were actual fighters, if they were the real left flank, if they were really on board with even like social democratic reforms, the Republicans would have to advocate against those reforms because they can't have that. They are beholden to their corporate benefactors. They're the right flank. But in the absence of any sort of initiative from the Democrats, Donald Trump can run around and fucking say stuff like, I'm the real working class hero. I'm the real hero of the working class. I'm going to save the American working class. Well, you could only get away with saying that because the Democrats don't try to become the heroes of the working class. They don't actually push for anything that helps the working class. They're just marginally better than the Republicans. They're dire Republicans. I don't think they're afraid. They love using socialism and Mamdani's the perfect thing to attack. If that was the case, they would literally celebrate Mamdani winning. Do you not understand? If Republicans truly thought Mamdani would be a spectacular failure for the Democratic Party, then what better opportunity than to let the fucking Democrats fail on their own so they can constantly present Mamdani as the failure, the celebrated National Democratic Party figure. How do you not see this? The thing that these people fear most is change. The thing that Democrats fear most is having to actually do their jobs, having their constituents actually wake up to the reality that there could be better candidates out there. That's how Donald Trump won. Democrats thought that a right-wing populist charlatan like Donald Trump would be the best possible candidate. He would get destroyed by Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton did this with Donald Trump. They propped Trump up. And look what happened to the party. Now imagine if there was a Trump-style left populist momentum in the left flank of the Democratic Party. All of a sudden, the Democrats actually reflected the values that they are supposed to champion. They do push for those policies all of a sudden. What happens then? Even more myopic, if Mamdani and left progressive Working Families Party DSA types become a viable option, Republicans lose their lane in blue state duopolies to centrist Dems. There's also the issue of Israel as well. They need to punish a guy who uncompromisingly said fuck Israel throughout the campaign. They have to punish him. Otherwise, other people are going to be aware, other politicians, young politicians that want to make a name for themselves are going to recognize that, oh, if you say fuck Israel, you can get a lot of votes. That's also a terrifying prospect for many. Why are you mad at me? I'm not. What? Not only that, but that would also mean one of the most populous and blue cities in America would turn red because of how badly Mamdani would fail, further solidifying the right's hold on America. It literally makes no sense. Exactly. If they truly thought Mamdani would be a spectacular failure, they would let him win the race. They would let him win the race so they can always point back to Mamdani's failure as a clear-cut, obvious indication that socialism is destined for failure. Now, this doesn't end with Mamdani's victory. There's a lot more work that must be done because even after he wins, inshallah, there is still going to be a lot of hurdles thrown in his direction. People are trying to constantly fuck him for the same exact reasons that I just mentioned because those motivations don't go away once he magically wins and becomes the Democratic mayor of New York who happens to be a socialist. Holocaust Museum LA said never again can't only mean never again for Jews. Wait, what the fuck? Holocaust Museum of LA is woke? Wait a minute. Jews must not let the trauma of our past silence our conscience. Standing with humanity. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold up. This is a real tide shift. Hey, yo. What the fuck is this? Wait, this is shocking. Hold up. The Holocaust Museum of LA is implying that Israel's doing a genocide and Jews must speak out? Did they get hacked? Or is there an actual tide shift happening? Because normally, a lot of the Holocaust museums in this country have been active participants and direct defenders of Israel's apartheid structure and its genocide. This is a unique change. Never again can't only mean never again for Jews. For the record, I mean, this is a real positive shift. Yeah, Holocaust Museum, more like Hamas-Holocaust Museum. Fucking got him. Guys, it's not many U.S. Jews separating themselves from Zionism that's like unique. These institutions for the past 23 months have actively attacked critics of Israel and used cynically their position as like the people that are supposed to educate people on the dangers of genocide and the Holocaust specifically to unironically call every single fucking critic of Israel a Nazi. I don't think you understand. Like the American Holocaust museums and these foundations have played a formative role in propping up the Israel defense. So much so that the Holocaust Memorial Foundation literally changed in their Arabic translation the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada to the Warsaw Ghetto Mukawama because people kept pointing to their website to say Intifada just means uprising. Look at the Holocaust Museum. On the Holocaust Memorial Foundation's website, on the Arabic translation, it literally says Warsaw Ghetto Intifada. That's what Intifada means. It's just an Arabic word. You're just afraid of Arabic. Now, this is still obviously not going hard enough, but within the limited confines of being critical, I mean, this is great. I mean, this is a welcome change of attitude. Yes, Mukawama is the M in Hamas. The museum shit on a pro-Palestinian activist 2 days ago. People are brought up to hate Jews even when they've never met a Jew. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, you mean this? Harassing Jewish artists is not activism. Regina Spektor was recently interrupted and harassed at a concert in Portland by a pro-Palestine activist. Artists are not governments. Jewish people are not stand-ins for global politics. Let's hold space for real activism. If you want to make a change, we need to have meaningful conversations. She supports Israel's actions in Gaza. It's not like people yelling at Larry David or something. Let's see how the Holocaust Museum of LA's fans, the 23,000 followers, responded to this last post. Wait, did they delete the comments? What the fuck? Did they shut off the comments? Why can't I find the comments? Why can't I see the comments? I was just capable of seeing the comments a second ago. There's 423 comments. They deactivated them while I was looking at it. Now, of course, what's crazy about this is You know, I think this is the Holocaust Museum that I ball next to sometimes. Did they just block you? Nah. Genocide against any group is wrong. We should all stand against it. But we can easily make this statement without all lives mattering. The phrase never again was really never again Masada Fall, poem by Yitzhak Lamar after liberated Buchenwald. At a time when the Holocaust distortion and denial are on the rise, largely due to the universalization of this is disappointing to see. What DEI department intern posted this? Oh, that's not. I can't express how much I appreciate this post. Thank you. Did JVP take over your social media? Jewish Voice for Peace, by the way. What exactly are you trying to say here? What in the blood libel hell? Let me know where to send me resume for social media job opening you'll be posting. So now you're using phrases that our haters use. Why all lives matter? Your own people. Don't all lives matter? The situation is shameful. What the fuck? They're doing the reverse all lives matter. Don't all lives matter us when the hostages are starving like Auschwitz victims for 700 days. Israel is starving them, you fucking moron. I did like it. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I didn't like that comment on purpose. Is Qatar funding you? Fire whoever conceived this post at Holocaust Museum LA. We're facing blood libel at astounding levels and you're making it worse with this bullshit. Bro, that's so funny. I hope this is a wake-up call for at least some people who are still in the margins at this point that work at the Holocaust Museum of LA that are like, yeah, we posted this like basically the most non-controversial take that we can. This is like still the actual take is, you know, not in our name. It's ridiculous that you know, this is happening and Israel cynically weaponizes this notion that like this is being done for Judaism, you know. They don't even say Israel, they don't say Palestine, like it's not Miss Rachel ass take but still butthurt. Yeah, this is like the most like, come on guys, can we be a little fucking chill? Like this is the Holocaust Museum being like, come on, guys, we're Jews, you're Jews. Like, can we just fucking chill out a little bit? Like, there's some serious stuff going on here. Can you please shut the fuck up? Like, can you please just like be anti-genocide unconditionally? And motherfuckers are like, how dare you say that? No, some genocides are good actually. An 80-year-old lady on her laptop here in Long Island just fell to her knees in Starbucks. What is happening? They vaguely implied Gaza and genocide with this post. No, I know. But even that is, I mean, there's no way this stays up. I'm going to be honest with you. There's just no fucking way. You're going to have like major donors threaten to pull funding and shit. Okay. I don't see this. It's literally just this. I hope they stay. I hope they keep it. Times of Israel about to lose their shit with this one. Oh yeah, clock ticking on bill to make California first state with anti-Semitism watchdog in schools. Dude, what the fuck is going on, man? What the fuck is going on? Like, there was the whole, like, Beverly Hills saga where they were like, we're going to put up the Israeli flag on our big, beautiful schools in Beverly Hills. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? They straight up were like, we're going to put the Israeli flag in honor of, like, combating anti-Semitism. Okay, at a time when there is unprecedented anger, justifiable anger, mind you, against the state of Israel, and like the smart self-interested, self-preserving thing for any Jewish person to do is to say, like, yeah, this is not me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, which is the truth, right? It's supposed to be the truth. That's why you're in fucking Beverly Hills. You're not in Tel Aviv, right? And these guys are like, nah, man, nah, this is me. This is my shit. I love it. And it's also for Judaism. Remember, the Jews did this. Is a crazy thing to say. How the fuck do these guys still not realize? Like, sure, if you live in Israel, I understand why you think everyone is anti-Semitic, the world is against you, everyone is Hamas, okay? Because you're surrounded by motherfuckers who also feel that, and you've been primed into thinking that, like, anyone that tells you that, like, Arabs are human, for example, is a disgusting anti-Semite, okay? But, like, if you're in America, if you're in the Beverly Hills area, if you live in the United States of America, what the fuck are we doing? What are we actually doing? Like, there's no way that you're that hugboxed to not realize why people hate Israel. Anyway. Yeah, they scrapped the idea because of the backlash. The local report on it suggested that there was so much anti-Semitism that came from this idea.
Flags in Beverly Hills schools.
Tonight, Weill School Board reversed a controversial decision in what one board member says about receiving hundreds of hate messages. Fox 11's Chelsea Edwards is live in Beverly Hills with that story. Chelsea.
Yeah, it sounds like the school board got a lot of backlash after this controversy.
Yeah, no shit. What the fuck? Hey guys, in honor of combating anti-German hatred, we're gonna put the swastika flag on. like, what are you doing? Hello, we are the American Bund. We're the American German Bund movement. And we're America first. And we think it's really fucked up that a lot of people are hating on the Nazi government. They're just trying to do what's best for the German population. These hate messages these hate messages against the German population cannot continue. We need to put up the swastika flag on all of our schools to remind people that America stands with the Germans.
Controversial decision about its plans to display Israeli flags during Jewish American Heritage Month. Now it's scrapping that idea.
Yeah, like, dude, Jewish American Heritage Month? The fuck does Israel have to do with that? You know? It's not Israeli American Heritage Month. It's Jewish American Heritage Month.
Motion passes. The resolution has been adopted.
With that, the Beverly Hills School Board votes to revise a controversial decision that sparked a firestorm. Now, Israeli flags will not be displayed in the district schools during the month of May.
Dude, oh God, Beverly Hills is so fucking annoying. I know LA kids don't like this. I mean, there are definitely a lot of alumni and former, kids that went to Beverly Hills schools that definitely do like this. Okay, let me tell you, my fucking neighbors. All right, they probably love this shit. Okay, there are some who don't, but not a lot. Okay.
We are here to educate and keep our kids safe. And this resolution, it just brings us back to an even playing field where we're not trying to take a side or run with a certain cause. It's neutral.
Friday's emergency meeting was called after the fallout from a heated vote on Tuesday when the board narrowly approved displaying Israeli flags in schools as part of a resolution to fight anti-Semitism. Since then, one board member says she's received more than 400 hate messages.
I don't know if you guys anticipated the amount of undue stress and self-inflicted wounds this
Your Persian neighbors? Oh, some of them, yeah.
did to our standing as a district.
Just days after the vote.
Yes, dude. Some of them. Oh my God, the Persians. Oh my God. Some of them are the most rapacious dick riders of the state of Israel. It is Holy fuck, bro. It is crazy, okay? You don't understand. You will never understand it. That's unironically part of the reason why I wanted to move to New York, is I can't stand my neighbors and their politics, man. Holy fuck, brother. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord.
Superintendent Alex Chernus blocked the move, citing safety concerns.
I made the decision based on...
Is that Shia Sunni divide type shit? What are you talking about? No, man, they're not Muslim. They're Persian Jews that live in Beverly Hills that fucking love Israel and are deeply ashamed of ever being connected to Iran. Unless it's the Shah that comes back. The Shah writers.
The misinformation out there based on the fact that this is a highly charged issue. I think the purpose of this resolution is to calm everybody down and make it very clear that when we fly the flags in front of our schools, it'll only be the U.S. flag and the flag of California. Thank you.
Supporters of the original resolution said the flags would show solidarity with Jewish students.
This was what was going on, by the way. This was fucking smack dab in the heart of Beverly Hills for like a year and a half. And they had drone coverage over it. They had 24/7 security so that nobody gets any ideas. It was crazy. This shit, I drove past this shit every fucking day, dude. Every goddamn day to be like, hey, by the way, just remember, this is... Like it felt like it's not an immediate comparison, but the vibe is so similar to having like a Confederate statue get placed right outside of a courthouse during like the civil rights struggle. You know what I mean? Like it's like the same purpose. Just straight up being like, listen, you just know what the fucking pecking order is here, They had security protecting a bunch of flags? Yeah, because they didn't want anybody to get any ideas, okay?
Critics argue they symbolized support for Israel's government and military and don't belong in public schools.
Are you not embarrassed? Are you not ashamed? How did you, in front of the whole world, fail an open book exam with a cheat sheet? You proposed to curb anti-Semitism with a resolution. That resolution, as originally drafted, was steeped in anti-Semitic tropes.
You need to remember why you're here.
My goat. Hold on. Okay, Daniel Livshits. Okay, Daniel. Let me run that again. Let me run it back. Let me run it back for everybody that didn't understand.
Whole world fail an open book exam with a cheat sheet. You proposed to curb anti-Semitism with a resolution. That resolution, as originally drafted, was steeped in anti-Semitic tropes.
You need to remember why you're here and stop wasting time on flags and uniforms and what songs teachers talk about.
Schools are for learning, not for political messaging on any side.
So for now, only the U.S., California, and the Beverly Hills Unified School District's flags, once they are made, will be able to be flown on Beverly Hills campus.
It is dual loyalty trope, by the way. It literally is. That's why he's pissed. Like, the fuck do you mean? In order to preserve Jewish American heritage, we have to literally fly the flag of a foreign nation? What the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to make people crazier than they already are? What is this? No, the 100 flags and 2 American flags is because of the people that died, I think, on October 7th. That's what it was. There's more than a couple American flags in there. That right here, this was October 7th thing. Smack dab in the fucking heart of Beverly Hills, like right next to the Beverly Hills Park, where they had those flags to remind everybody, you know, like, look at what happened on October 7th.
Critics argue they symbolized support for Israel's government and military and don't belong in public. Now, only the U.S., California, and the Beverly Hills Unified School District's flags, once they are made.
They had 3 mobile police towers and a cruiser a block away when I drove by one night. That shit was crazy. 24/7. 24/7. There was also drone protection as well. Do you understand? 24/7. Yeah, they should fly the Jewish Labor Bund if they want to fucking fly a flag, you know? Not, you know, American, but
be able to be flown on Beverly Hills campuses. The district says it's continuing to look for other ways to honor Jewish American Heritage Month. Reporting live in Beverly Hills, I'm Chelsea Edwards, Fox 11 News. I'll send it back to you.
Go ahead. Do we have time for a question? So I thought the superintendent works for the school board, but he can overrule their vote, which they then changed anyway?
He made the suggestion. He made the suggestion, and then they gathered for an emergency meeting today to make this vote, to make it official. So his suggestion was based off of what he considered security concerns, and that's what was echoed through a lot of this meeting that took about an hour and a half today, where they discussed, they made tweaks.
Every Beverly Hills United School District school has to also say 10 Am Israel Chais in the morning, you know, to preserve the Jewish American identity. That's it. We should also put up a photo of Benjamin Netanyahu, maybe Itamar Ben-Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich, or at worst, like maybe Ben-Gurion. You know, why can't we put a Ben-Gurion photo up on the classrooms? Every classroom. That's a good idea, I think. I mean, we're just preserving Jewish American heritage. What do you mean? Do you see how fucking stupid that sounds? That's so stupid. There's no like, you know, Lithuanian American Heritage Month. Like, what the fuck?
They changed the language to make it a little bit more neutral and to make it palatable for everybody.
All right, Chelsea Edwards live for us tonight in Beverly Hills.
We got a Baruch Goldstein altar ready to go, ready to rip. Anyway, I gotta go because I have the podcast that I have to film. So gaming got cooked today. I apologize, but once again, we got some fun stuff happening tomorrow. Sorry to those I've harmed and wronged here. Apologies to all. But love you all anyway. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay? We're gonna do a hangout with Miguel. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders out LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.